Mississippi House of Representatives is now in session. Please let the House come to order. Please stand as we're led in prayer today by a guest minister to be introduced by the lady from Hines. Remain standing thereafter for the pledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the House. February is Black History Month. It is a time to reflect and acknowledge how far we've come and how much further that we have to go. This morning, I want to recognize one of the most influential women from the Civil Rights Movement, and today I wear her pin. Her name was Ella Baker. And one of her most famous quotes is, "We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes." I am also honored to introduce to you today my pastor, Bishop Blake Hill III. Not only is he the shepherd of Greater Mount Bethel Church of Christ Holiness, and we invite you to join us at 4125 Robinson Street or on Facebook, but he is also the bishop of the South Central Diocese of Church of Christ Holiness USA. He's a Tougaloo grad, don't hold that against him. And he's also a chemistry professor at the Jackson State University. Bishop.
Let us bow our heads in prayer. Most holy and sovereign God, we bow our heads in this sacred institution, surrounded by history, endowed with the authority given by the citizens of this state. We bow before you not as individuals of different ideologies, race, parties, or gender, but as sons and daughters bowing before our Father. We ask your forgiveness in the areas that we have come short of your glory. And we ask that you cleanse us of all agendas and plans that do not conform to your righteousness. We bow and ask your blessings upon this great state. We ask your protections of its great citizens. We ask your blessings upon the businesses and the workers within this state. But most of all, we pray for your guidance over our representatives. God, we thank you for giving us men and women willing to serve the constituencies of this state. And we stand on the promise that the heart of the king is in the hands of the Lord. Lord, this morning, give them wisdom. Give them a heart of grace. Increase our compassion and mercy. Be with them as they wrestle with the challenges of today and the uncertainty of tomorrow. And at the end of the story, when we have done all that we've been tasked to do by you, let us all be able to stand in your presence and hear the words, "Well done, my good and faithful servant." We ask all of this in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Pledge. Attention, salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah. Let's get a picture. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Report of Select Committee.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of Standing Committee.
We have reports on the counter, Mr. Speaker.
Introductions of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introduction.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This time we'll have the introductions of guests and visitors. Lady from Forest, Ms. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen in the House, I have some very special guests today in the South Gallery from the University of Southern Mississippi. I have Sarah Myers, who is the Director of the Children's Center for Communication and Development at USM, and her co-chair of her Board of Directors, Jennifer Johnson. The Children's Center serves babies 0 to 5 with complex disabilities at no cost to families, and they also train the next generation of speech-language pathologists, audiologists, and early childhood educators. They perform miracles every day, I can assure you, and I ask that you help me welcome them to the Capitol today.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Ladner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think they're in the North Gallery. I can't see them, but we've got some visitors here with the Convention of States today. Ms. Linda Davis, who's State Director, Mr. John Breland, who's Legislative Liaison and one of my constituents, and Mr. Steve Morris, who is the Regional Director with the Convention of States. Please help me make them welcome.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, if you'd help in the House welcome a friend of mine. He's in the South Gallery. He's a VP of Coast Electric, Guy Johnson. Appreciate you coming, Guy.
Any further introductions? All right, I don't see any. We will go to the calendar. Motion to reconsider calendar. Pass. All right. Rules calendar. Recognize the chairman.
Amazing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's no objection, I'd like to try to take up all of the HCRs in a block unless there
Any
is...
objections taking up these items in a block? That would be items 1 through 8 and items 15 through 18.
I would like to set 18 to the side.
Any objection? I don't see any, so we will take items 1 through 8 and 15 through 18 up in a block.
Not number 18.
So you don't want to take all the HCRs up in a block?
I apologize. Number 18 needs to be set to the side. That was what we
Okay,
had.
we'll set number 18 aside. All right, you're recognized. Any questions on any of these resolutions? Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman, you have a question?
Number 2 is not an HCR.
Okay, thank you, sir, for catching that. We will remove that from the block.
Thank you.
All right, any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor these resolutions, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas to 1, the resolutions are adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, we'd go to item number 2, HB number 425, and handle that one. This is the Commercial Aviation Month.
I have a question. Is this a bill or is this a resolution? It's listed as a bill.
This is supposed to be a resolution. I don't know why it's listed this way.
Madam Clerk tells me it is a bill, so we need to suspend the rules. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered and gross read, the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Bill is now before the House. Gentlemen, you have any explanation on that?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it's an Aviation Awareness Month. Delta State is using this as part of their program. That's my explanation. It's not anything controversial about
Any
it.
questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on House Bill 425. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
If we could go to the next block, starting with...
You would just take up all the resolutions as a block?
Yes, sir, except
That would be-
for
okay.
18.
Well, that's a concurrent resolution, so we're going to take up all the House resolutions as a block. That's items
Yes.
9
Through 14.
through 14. Any question on any of these resolutions? I don't see any. If you favor the resolutions, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, if we could take up 15, 16, and 17 on the calendar.
We already did that, gentlemen,
Okay.
when we took them up as a block earlier. The only one left is item 18.
All right, I would like, if, Mr. Speaker, if you would recognize the gentleman from TIPA for this particular item, he will explain.
All right, gentleman from TIPA is recognized to explain resolution number 14.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, we have before us House Concurrent Resolution number 14. This has been on my heart for a number of years. This is recognizing our Vietnam vets that were exposed to Agent Orange back during Vietnam. We're losing 600 Vietnam veterans across our nation daily. And we want to recognize, and long-term, we're planning on doing a memorial here in Jackson, honoring our Vietnam vets that were exposed to Agent Orange. And, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the proper time.
You're recognized for your amendment.
I'll explain the amendment. I would like the gentleman from Pontotoc and the gentleman from Jackson, Representative Barton, to come forward. What this amendment does, this is going to be the Representative Mac Huddleston, Representative Manley Barton Act of 2022. That's the explanation of the amendment.
It is indeed an honor to honor these two gentlemen. I believe there are only two Vietnam vets in the chamber. And as we talk in here often, when we recognize law enforcement or military individuals, it is because of what people like these guys do that preserves democracy and preserves freedom and allows us to come in here and do what we do, which is to debate issues and have discussions over issues that advance freedom and allow our country to exist. So it is indeed an honor, gentlemen, to name this resolution after the two of you. And we thank you for your service, your colleagues here standing in your honor and applauding in your honor. And it is indeed our privilege to do this for you. Thank you for what the two of you have done. Any questions on the amendment?
I move final passage.
I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the resolution? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Would somebody get the gentleman from TIPA, please? Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, resolution is adopted. Congratulations, gentlemen. Anything further from rules?
No, sir, immediate release.
You want immediate release on any of that? The chairman has requested immediate release on that last resolution. Is any objection? Jim from Washington, you have objection?
No, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that the entire membership be listed as authors on those resolutions.
If you wish not to be listed as a sponsor of that resolution, go by the clerk's office and remove your name. I hear no objection, so we will motion for immediate release prevails. Lady from Forest, Ms. McGee, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see in the South Gallery this morning that I have our Ward 1 Councilman from Hattiesburg, Jeffrey George. Would y'all please help me make him welcome on his return to the Capitol?
Jump from Pike, Mr. Mims.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was away from my desk, and my desk mate unintentionally voted me present on all of those HCRs. If you could just vote me yes on those, please.
Any objection to change the gentleman's vote? Change the gentleman's vote. It's the green button, gentlemen. It's the green button. Okay, Chairman of Rules now has decided to request immediate release on all the resolutions. Any objection to that? I don't hear any. We will do that. All right. We're down to the appropriations calendar. Chairman of Appropriations is recognized.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to the appropriations calendar. Look at item number 1 with House Bill 252. I recognize the Vice Chairman to explain the bill.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is House Bill 252. This bill comes to us from the Public Employee Retirement System across the street. This proposed legislation is approved by the PERS board, and they've come to us and they've asked for us to increase from the current 10% to 20% the maximum percentage of investments of the Public Employees Retirement System that are in the form of a separate account managed by Securities and Exchange Commission registered investment advisory firm that is retained by PERS as an investment manager by the Board of Trustees for the system. And this is a limited partnership or commingled funds approved by the Board of Trustees. It increases this basket clause that gives them further flexibility for the potential of investments that would better serve the participants in the Public Employee Retirement System. Mr. Speaker, that's an explanation of the bill. I yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
Move final passage.
Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 252. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
Okay.
Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to item number 2. That'd be House Bill 483. Bring it up, make the usual motion, sir.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
The only thing this does, sir, is extends a repealer for the capital improvement revolving fund, and that's all we do, is just extend a repealer.
Questions?
No question, move final passage.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 483. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item number 3 be House Bill 492. Bring it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
The only thing this does, it extends the repealer on the health care expendable fund. And that's it. No question.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 492. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Next item on the calendar will be, let's see, 876. Recognize the gentleman Calhoun to explain the bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman Calhoun is recognized.
All right, this bill does one very simple thing, and that just makes clear what the definition of employment is, and it includes, and says definite employment does not include work performed by a petroleum landman or on a contractual basis as provided in the definition section of this bill. It's common practice. It changes nothing. It's what's been done forever, just clarifying that.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 876. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Let's go to the next item. That'd be House Bill 43. Bring it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill we passed last year, and we, due to some issues that we passed it, but it did not go through the full system. And all this does is deletes the count for school nurses, speech pathologists, athletic trainers. If they're board certified, just like teachers, they get a bonus, and that's all this does. And like I said, it passed last year, so if no questions, I move final passage on it.
Questions? Madam Clerk says you got an amendment, gentlemen. You got an amendment or not?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I do have an amendment. I apologize. All this does is put a repealer on it to repeal April 1st of 2022. And see that there's another companion bill coming. So if we're going to get it one way or the other, okay, with a repealer will be removed if it doesn't. But that's what it does. I'd recommend that we adopt the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Move final pass as amended, sir.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 43. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item number 6, House Bill 660. Bring it up, make the usual motion, recognize the gentleman from Jackson to explain the bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Jackson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 660 is an attempt to do some clarification within the GCRF, the Gulf Coast Restoration Fund. We specifically spell out that public schools are, we felt like they were anyway based on the definition, but this just clarifies that there's no question that they are. The second thing we're doing is we're eliminating the match requirement for public projects that are done for a public purpose. Now, that actually brings the coast counties in line with exactly what we're already doing for the rest of the state. There's no match requirement for any public projects in the GCRF funds that are spent in the rest of the state. It does not change the match requirement for any projects that are done by a private company or a for-profit company. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on House Bill 660. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I got a couple of items. I'm going to skip over item 7, item 8, and item 9. Asked to retain their position on the calendar. And at this time, I bring up number 10 to be House Bill 1222. Recognize the gentleman from Pearl River to explain the bill.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The gentleman from Pearl River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 122 is a bill, so it's a cleanup bill for the line item Appropriations Transparency Act. A recent peer report found that 99% of the pass-through money that was going through was not subject to the legislature's oversight. This bill will clean that language up and make all those monies subject to that oversight. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1222. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. Somebody get the gentleman from Pearl River, please. Record the gentleman from Pearl River's vote, please. I don't know where his desk mate is. Where's your desk mate? Is he asleep at the wheel over there? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go back to item number 7. I talked to the gentleman from Pike. That'd be House Bill 764. He would like to work it, so at this time I recognize him to explain the bill.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the health care retention bill that many of you heard about over the summer and fall, and so we've worked hard on it the last several months. I do have a clarifying amendment at the proper time. But basically, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is one bill that's coming from the federal funds, the ARPA funds.
Excuse me, gentlemen. We do have a committee sub there we need to pull up. Do you want to do that or not?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, this is the health care retention legislation that we talked about for several months, and so I do have a clarifying amendment at the proper time. But this is one piece of legislation that we are bringing out dealing with the ARPA funds that we do have a amount in it. So this amount is $56 million. So basically $40 million will go to hospitals based on a formula dealing dealing with licensed beds and the number of COVID patients that facility has taken care of. We've got about 2.5 million for nursing homes, which is skilled nursing homes, again, based on the number of COVID patients and also the number of licensed beds. And also, that was 7.5 million, and then 2.5 million for ambulance services, and then also $5 million for some monies that we believe may go toward the ambulance systems, because it's a challenge right now to get the exact number of COVID patients that they have taken, but we do have exact numbers for the skilled nursings and also the hospitals. This would give the hospitals and the skilled nursing homes the ability to give their healthcare workers up to $5,000 per employee based on the monies they receive, and that employee must stay at that facility for at least 5 months. So this is a good start. We understand there is some long-term issues with our nursing shortage here in Mississippi and some short-term fixes, and this is a short-term fix that we can try to help with our nursing issues today. And so I want to thank the Speaker and the Chairman for this piece of legislation. As we start to develop a plan for our federal funds, I have mentioned many times that we must be mindful this is a healthcare pandemic. And so I will continue to push to spend monies toward healthcare, to improve healthcare. And so this is one way that we can give back to our workers in Mississippi and say thank you for what you're doing. And that is the explanation, Mr. Speaker. Again, based on this formula, your hospitals will receive monies, and then at that point, your facilities will determine which employees they will give that money to. That is the explanation, Mr. Speaker, and at the proper time, I will have a clarifying amendment.
Now's the time, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen,
We need a copy of it, though, gentlemen.
thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It really just is a housekeeping amendment. Early on, we had the contract between the Department of Health is where this grant program will be initiated, and we had the Department of Health had a contract with the hospital, and it just became too much. So obviously the Department of Health will issue the monies to the hospital or the skilled nursing, but at that point it will be a contract between the hospital or nursing home and that employee. So it takes the Department of Health out of a contract situation between an employee. So that is the explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from Jones has a question.
Thank you so much. Gentlemen, would you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gentlemen, let me ask you, is this bill similar to what they passed in the Mississippi State Senate?
I have no idea what they passed in the Mississippi State Senate, lady.
Okay, so the Senate did have some kind of health care bill that they passed that would not allow for the employees of the state of Mississippi, to get premium pay. So my question to you is, will we have a bill coming from the Appropriations Committee that will allow for state employees who are healthcare workers to get premium pay?
So, lady, this will allow state institutions like UMC, county-owned facilities, also Mississippi State Hospital. It will allow those entities to apply as well.
Okay, then I'm just, I know it says licensed in the state of Mississippi.
Yes, ma'am. So what you mean UMC, what you mean state hospital, so they would be able to apply because they're also having issues with their healthcare workers.
And so those facilities that are in mental health that are considered nursing homes, they would also, their employees would be.
Yes, ma'am.
So state employees will get premium pay if this bill becomes law.
Well, I'm not calling it premium pay, I'm calling it retention. And so that leadership team at the skilled nursing home, the leadership team at the hospital will have to decide which employees they are giving this retention money to.
Okay, and so this is offered to private institutions as well?
Yes, ma'am. So if you're a licensed facility, you can apply. Yes, ma'am.
And my final question to you is, we know the work that the federally qualified health centers did, and I don't see where they would be allowed to participate. Are they allowed? I don't see where a clinic, I see hospital, I see, a nursing home, long-term care. But is there any language in this bill that would allow them to be able to participate in this grant program?
No, ma'am, because we do have other pieces of legislation that deal with clinics. That's also, I think, on the calendar for today. And so this is just a short-term fix for our hospitals, our skilled nursing facilities that have really been struggling with their COVID patients. But I do acknowledge, as you know, lady, I'm a big fan of their FQHCs, and so we do have legislation coming that they would be able to apply as well.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Jim from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the proper time.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, sir.
One question, which employees would be eligible for this bonus pay?
It does not, it's not specific, gentlemen. It will allow that leadership team at the hospitals, at the skilled nursing home, at the ambulances, corporations, they will determine which employees they need to retain during this COVID-19 pandemic.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Gentleman from DeSoto indicates he has an amendment. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, friends, we did a very good thing in here as a body last week, something each one of us should be proud of. And I would like to thank the Speaker and the Chairman for helping make that happen with House Bill 1509. We stood up for Mississippians' constitutional freedom and liberty. And this is the very thing that makes America great. But there's still a grievous wrong that has been and will continue to occur in our state, and 1509 does nothing to address this for these Mississippians. Madam Clerk, will you please read the amendment?
Clerk's recognized to read the amendment.
Amendment number 2 by Representative Eubanks, amend and insert on line 151. As a further condition of receiving funds under this act, any employer in the state of Mississippi who has terminated employment of any healthcare worker who has requested a religious exemption from COVID vaccine and has been denied, and as a result subsequently fired the requesting employee, must first offer that employee their employment back at the same level of pay, seniority, and benefits that they were receiving at the time of termination. If reemployment is accepted by the employee, their religious exemption must be granted and accommodations made. Failure to do so invalidates any employer, whether public or private, from participating in this program. Amend the title to conform.
Thank you, ma'am. My amendment is simple. It is an attempt to right a grievous wrong that has been occurring in our state. Nurses across this state have been denied religious exemptions and fired for not taking the COVID shot. Never mind that they spent the last 2 years taking care of COVID patients. They went from being treated as a hero, which they are, to a zero overnight. Never mind that this injection does nothing to prevent you from getting the virus or spreading it. The gentle lady from Madison and I met with one such nurse just a few days ago that was fired after her religious exemption was denied. We have tons of nurses in this state who are quite willing to work for the same pay that they are receiving as they served us throughout the pandemic. If only they could have their job back. This is not only wrong, it is illegal. Under Title VII of the Civil Rights Code, along with both the national and state RFRAs, one of which this body helped pass, what they are doing in denying religious accommodation, and that is illegal in the United States of America and the state of Mississippi. It is not the role of your pastor or your rabbi or your imam to determine the level of your deeply held religious beliefs, and it should most certainly not be the role of some HR person in some public or private business who may or may not possess a negative bias towards religion in general. It's the whole reason we have these laws in our Constitution. If we were to allow full-scale discrimination based on race in this state, our citizenry in this legislature would be outraged and moving heaven and earth to deal with it, and rightfully so. We most certainly shouldn't turn a blind eye to religious discrimination taking place right under our noses as we speak on a grand scale by the very businesses we aim to help with this taxpayer money. Now, I know that there are many of you in here that say we should not be telling private businesses what to do. And ironically, everything that we do in this chamber is either telling private individuals, businesses, or public businesses what to do. This amendment doesn't do anything as far as telling them what to do. It merely incentivizes them to do the right thing and to correct the wrongs that have been occurring. Before we vote to give $56 million to public and private businesses around the state, I would ask all of you to take a stand for religious freedom and personal liberty. Now, I know that there are some of you in this chamber who might be offended at me or dislike my politics, and that's okay because none of us will ever see eye to eye all the time. That is the beauty of our representative democracy. If I have done something personally to offend anyone in this chamber, I ask you to come and see me, let me buy you lunch, and we'll work through it. But this is much bigger than me, and this is much bigger than this body. I promised folks that I would do everything within my power to fix this egregious wrong, and I know that many of you have done the same thing for the last 7 months. Let's show them back home that we meant what we said. I yield for questions.
All right, gentleman from Tallahatchie, you have a question?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
Yes, sir.
That this amendment be tabled.
Motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I don't see any. If you favor the motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Ayes have it. Ayes have it. Amendment is tabled. Motion to table prevails.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Any questions on the bill? Gentleman Covington? Okay, I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed to vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. The chairman asked me to take a couple up if you will just keep, if I can go to item number 17, but keep the ones that we have passed if they're where they are on the calendar, please.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to suspend business for just a few minutes. We have special guests that we want to recognize at this time, ladies and gentlemen. So I would ask for order in the chamber. I would ask you to take your seats and give us your attention. We have a very significant group that we want to recognize today. I'm going to ask the Sergeant at Arms to escort them to the Speaker's podium. And I'm going to ask the gentleman from Lafayette to come forward. Let's give these ladies a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, last year we were thrilled as we watched our televisions to see that the ladies golf team at Ole Miss won the NCAA National Championship. Today we are privileged to honor this group here in the House chamber. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Lafayette to come forward and make the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, on May 26th, Coach Corey Hinkes and the Ole Miss women's golf team went head-to-head with Oklahoma State at the Greyhawk Golf Club in Scottsdale, Arizona, competing for the 2021 NCAA Division I National Championship. Leading us off was Kennedy Swan, who took the lead with an eagle on the hole 7. Is Kennedy here? Kennedy with us? Kennedy has moved on to a professional career in golf. And she never looked back, recording increasing her match play record to 10-2. While Kennedy was out on the course, Chiara Tamberlini was in the third pairing. She got off to a screaming start and ended up winning 6-5. Is the shower here? That was the largest margin of victory in championship match history, securing the first point of the day for the Rebels. And then with 2 points on the board, only needing 1 point to win the championship, Andrea Lignelli secured that point with a par on the 17th hole to win the game and win the match. With that, it secured the first team the victory for Coach Hinkes and the Rebels marked the first ever Ole Miss women's team NCAA championship in school history, while also marking the university's first national championship since 1962. Coach Hinkes went on to be named National Coach of the Year, becoming the first Rebel head coach to earn the award from Women's Golf Coaches Association. The team earned its first ever WGCA All-Scholar Team GPA award ranking, which was 10th in the nation with a cumulative GPA of 3.88. Now I heard Senator Hobson say it was 3.93. Great, 3.93. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, it is my honor to present to you the 2021 National Championships, Coach Corey Hinkes and the Ole Miss women's golf team.
Well, what a thrill it is for us to make this recognition here today. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I watched it on television as it unfolded, and anybody in the world who pays attention to golf saw it also. And because of the tremendous accomplishment of this group of ladies up here, the entire eyes of the nation, the entire eyes of the golfing nation, let's say, were focused on Mississippi. And this is why we do this kind of honoring, because these ladies went out and did something that brings great pride and reflects well upon the state of Mississippi. It has brought us to a point of recognition nationally that makes us look good. And so these ladies have made our state look good. It is indeed worth taking a moment to recognize their accomplishment and tell them how much we appreciate what y'all have done for the state of Mississippi, how good you have made us look, and how proud we are of you. At this time, we're going to take some photographs, so we're going to suspend business for a few minutes. If you are an Ole Miss grad, either law school or pharmacy school or undergrad, I would invite you to come forward to be in this picture. If you just want to be in the picture, you can come forward too. What's up? What's up? Please let the House come back to order. We return to the calendar. I recognize the gentleman from Pike. He had a couple of more items he wanted to take up. Is that right? Excuse me, gentleman from Jackson, you want to come forward? Gentleman from Tippa, what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, please help me make welcome a longtime friend, current district attorney in my area, serving Union, Tippa, Chickasaw, Lafayette, Benton, Marshall, and Calhoun, and District Attorney Ben Creekmore. He's actually the baby brother of the gentleman from Union.
Lady from Forest, did you have any more introductions, friend? Okay. All right. Where are we, dear gentlemen?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chairman asked me to go to number 17 and asked that the other ones that we are skipping remain their place on the calendar.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 17, House Bill 768. Call up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rule to be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do have a committee sub.
Gentleman.
As amended, Mr. Speaker. My apologies.
I don't think we have a committee sub. You have an amendment. You're recognized for your amendment.
Yes, sir, and I will explain the bill first, Mr. Speaker. This is the physician rural scholarship legislation, ladies and gentlemen of the House. This was created back in '09, I think by the lady from Mid, which is very popular, which obviously allows our physicians to get a scholarship and then go back in our rural communities. And so because of COVID, there are groups of physicians out there that may not have gone to the rural physician route. And so this will be a new legislation which will be a loan repayment, of course, using the federal monies, up to 25 scholarships, where the amendment, I'll offer in a minute, will take the dollar amount out of the legislation because this is part of the federal corona package, healthcare package, but this will allow our physicians to go in the rural communities that are not already on the rural track, and then we will be able to offer to repay their loan. So that is the explanation of the bill, and Mr. Speaker, my amendment at the proper time.
You're recognized for your amendment.
The amendment simply takes out the dollar amount, and that will give us flexibility as we go forward with our the corona, the federal package. In that way, we hope to do as much as possible, but we will just go through the process right now. So that is the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? Jump from ranking, Mr. Newman.
I have a question on the bill, not the amendment. I'm sorry.
I don't see any questions on the amendment. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from Jones, Mr. Scott, has a question.
Will the chairman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, you know, we have been using this language for rural areas. Can you tell the state what what is the designated urban areas in Mississippi?
Lady, I will have to look quickly to see if that's defined in the legislation.
But there are very few.
I can get that to you, but I have a list of where our current rural physicians are practicing, and it is all over Indianola and McGee and Forest and Starkville. It's all over the state, but it's mainly in the rural, obviously in the rural parts of our state.
Okay, so gentlemen, you named a couple of places, Florence, you named Starkville. Laurel needs to be included. You're getting exactly to my point.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you not think that the average Mississippian, when they hear us say that we're going to have these grant and loan repayment programs, and the people are going to serve in a underserved or rural area, in their minds, they're thinking about smaller hubs, are they not?
Well,
would you not think that's what they're thinking?
No, I think the goal of this legislation today is for us to get more practitioners out in our rural communities to take care of our COVID-19 patients. And so as I look through my list here, I have Indianola, I've got Richton, I've got Boonville, I've got Yazoo City, I've got Cleveland, I've got New Albany, I've got all over Mississippi, but mainly in rural areas. And so I think the citizens of Mississippi will appreciate us trying to get more doctors out in our communities to take care of our COVID-19 patients.
And I do, and I agree with you, gentlemen. Do you have a percentage of all of those that you have there where the people are practicing medicine in cities of less than 18,000 people? Can you get that information for
Yes,
us?
ma'am, I will get that.
And the reason that I'm asking you that, gentlemen, is because I'm for this program. I'm for anything that would get more medical people out here. But when we start talking to our hospitals, like for instance in Laurel, when Hattiesburg is not defined as a urban medical center, then Hattiesburg can out-recruit Laurel. Meridian can out-recruit Laurel. And so that is the reason why I was asking you about how that language applies to getting these MDs and these ODs I see that you have added.
Thank you.
Out to the communities.
I'll get that information to you.
Because they're not in the communities now.
Jim from Rankin has a question.
Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
So, would this apply to somebody from Georgia who'd gone to medical school at Georgia and is coming over here to work at a hospital, at a rural hospital, or is that only for the Mississippi Medical School?
If you are in residency school here in Mississippi and you want to go through this program or have your loan repaid, then you would be eligible. Yes, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 768. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas and 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 18, House Bill 769. Call up, make the usual motion.
Mr. Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
And Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment at the proper time.
You're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We want to amend on line number 3, line 3, and not to exceed a total of $55 million. We want to delete that. Again, we're taking the dollar amount out just as we go through the health care proposals at this time. So that is the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, again, this is dealing with the coronavirus and the ARPA money. This is House Bill 769, which is a new piece of legislation that will allow us to send federal monies to our local providers. and to help with a new change of healthcare policy. And so it's very clearly defined who can get this money, FQHCs, as the lady from Jones asked about earlier. And then it talks about in the legislation that you'd have to have a change of your healthcare model, meaning increase your telemedicine. Maybe you need this money for rewiring your facility to adapt with COVID-19. Maybe you need to look at your electronic record. So it's going to be ways that you change your healthcare policy and you're delivering healthcare based on COVID-19. And again, it would be up to $250,000 that they could apply for. And again, one application per entity. So for example, my hospital in Macomb, Southwest Hospital, if they own a clinic and also own a hospital in Monticello, that entity would only get one application. And so again, we hope to, this can really be a big deal for our local providers, where we've in the past sent money to our hospitals. And again, hospitals can apply, but this is more towards your local, smaller independent clinic, your FQHCs, those types that are really seeing these patients and really can make a difference by receiving up to $250,000. So that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Question, lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Gentlemen, on the bill that we passed for the hospitals in the Healthcare Retention Act, did we put a cap on if a hospital owned 4 or 5 different hospitals, but they were in one system?
No, ma'am, because that was for your healthcare workers, and so you may have, for example, Southwest Macomb will have healthcare workers, and then they may own the hospital in Monticello, and they're still having healthcare issues with nurses there. So I think those are two different types of issues. Here you're looking at a grant program to change your delivery model for a particular clinic, so it's different when giving monies to employees versus giving monies to provide services.
And so, gentlemen, that is my point. These clinics that have subsidiary clinics, as you well know, then they would need to be able to upgrade their systems and everything else that they can apply, use these dollars to do. Would the gentleman be amenable to maybe holding this bill on a motion to reconsider and y'all coming up with an amendment that would remove that cap, so that if you have Hines Community FQHC that has 5 satellites, all of which are probably bigger than some of the main FQHCs that some of us have in our communities, not that I'm trying to advocate for them, I'm trying to advocate for myself, because I have 3 that are in my district. Is it any way that you all could change that so that each one of those subsidiaries would be able to apply for that grant and they could update all of their?
No, ma'am. As you know, as I've said, I'm a huge fan of your FQHCs, so I will continue to look and to try to get as much money to those facilities as possible. Why I think a cap is needed is because you may have a healthcare system that has a large campus, and then they may own 5 rural health clinics, or they may own 5 critical access hospitals. So it doesn't make sense for you to have one major hospital to get up to a cap, and then each other facility can get that same cap. And so I think doing it this way makes sense. But as we go forward in this process, we will continue to look and see how we can improve it. So I understand your concerns, but I think we want to make sure all of the smaller clinics obviously can get that monies as well, not just your larger healthcare systems.
And I agree with that, gentlemen. And these are all small systems. Your FQHC, they are small systems.
Right, yes, ma'am.
But they do have, and you would agree, that they do have subsidiary systems that are clinics that are tied to them, but that would need these dollars to upgrade.
Yes, ma'am. So I think we're both for this, and again, we're going to have a Department of Health appropriation in a few weeks that is going to appropriate around $3.5 million to your FQHCs. So again, I think they provide a great service, and we'll keep working hard.
Thank you.
Further questions, gentleman from the floor, Mr. Osborne. Passes. All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 769. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Somebody get the chairman's button, please. Okay. Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 115 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 21, House Bill 928. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Before we get there, ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, I'm informed that the gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney's father-in-law, has just passed away, so we're sorry to hear that, gentleman. Our thoughts and prayers go out to you and your family. Okay, which item, gentlemen?
Item number 21, House Bill 928. Call up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Again, I want to thank the Speaker and the Chairman for allowing us to bring out these health care legislation. This is another piece of legislation dealing with the ARPA funds. It does not have a dollar amount in it, but simply, ladies and gentlemen in the House, it will allow hospitals to apply for a grant from the Department of Health to increase the capacity of the hospital because of the need for more capacity to provide treatment for COVID-19. Also, if they've spent money in the past to provide capacity, they could also apply for this money as well. So again, we do not have a dollar amount, but again, this is allowing our hospitals to add capacity, but also the gentleman from Washington asked a great question. On line 23, 24, it also talks about providing treatment and care for patients. And so if that facility is providing care and treatment, they also can apply for this funds as well. So that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
All right, gentlemen. Does this allow for every hospital and all of their subsidiaries to be able to apply for this grant?
Yes, ma'am. So it's clear on.
So there is no cap?
There is no cap. Now, however, lady, there will be, if we go through the process, there will be amount of money that's sent to the Department of Health, and that will be what we have to deal with, but there's no cap in this legislation.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 928. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas, 7 nays. Bill passes. Next item.
Appropriation yields the floor.
Appropriation yields the floor. Brings us down to Ways and Means. Excuse me, gentleman from Lamar, Mr. Tubb, what purpose you seek recognition?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker, I apologize, but I need to correct a vote from my desk mate earlier on the HCRs that were broken to the block. I voted him nay, and it needed to be yay.
Which item, gentlemen?
The first block of HCRs that we did earlier this morning.
Okay, any objection? Change the gentleman's vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I'm recognized, I will go to the Ways and Means calendar, and we'll look at item 1, House Bill 175. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
I'm looking at the representative from Kapai. This is his bill. If he wants to handle it, he's welcome to come up. He waives that right. So I'll just tell the body this bill just simply amends some language from last year's bond bill that would help the city of Hazelhurst. They're changing the purpose of the bonds. That's all it does.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 175. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas and 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 2 would ask that the body recognize the gentleman from Rankin to handle the bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Rankin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to give the Pearl River Valley Water Supply District the 18.5-cent tax diversion that most municipalities get. The reason we're doing this is try to give them a little bit of funds like a municipality. This is an area that's not going to be annexed by Flowwood or anybody like that, so we're trying to give them a little help. There is part of this that is not in Rankin County, it's on the Madison side, but it is under Ridgeland, so that will be exempt from this part of it. This will strictly be on the Rankin County side.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 242. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 105 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item. Next item.
Next item, Mr. Speaker, we go to item 3, House Bill 256. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Would ask that the gentleman from Marion be recognized to handle the bill.
The gentleman from Marion is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. What's this bill? I'm going to give you the simple Paul Harvey version of it. What it actually does, it's going to help our tax assessors and all in the state of Mississippi. This is a mobile home bill, and what's happening is a lot of times mobile homes are being moved in and out of counties, and the tax assessor has no assessment of it. What this is actually going to do is if you move a mobile home into a county, unless it is a new home, but new homes don't have to have a tax receipt checked on them from another county or whatever because it's brand new. But if you move one from Lamar County to Marion County, you got 7 days to go over there and say that it's sitting in Lamar County. If you don't do it, it costs you $25 if you don't do it in a 7-day period. That's a big deal about it. There ain't a lot of money involved. But what it does is keeps people from coming in there 5 or 6 years later saying, you know, y'all moved that trailer 5 years ago and you've been sending me a tax bill every year and I hadn't paid it. Well, the Board of Supervisors can't default on taxes due like they used to. And that's the bill in all together. Any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 256. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 108 yeas and 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next item would be item 4, House Bill 446. We'd call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
And would next ask that the gentleman from Jackson be recognized to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Jackson is recognized. You got a committee sub. Gentlemen, you wish to adopt that?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves committee sub be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the House. House Bill 446 is the vehicle for the annual specialized car tags. If you have a request that comes in late, we will continue to work with you up till about 3 or 4 days before sine die. If you get a request that does come in late, get with me as soon as you can, and we'll be happy to take care of you.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 446. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next item is item 5, and we would recognize, actually, I'd like to call those up in a block if we can. Item 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Any objection to taking all these up in a block?
These are repealers, so that's the basis. And Mr.
Any objection to taking any of these up in a block? I don't see any. Jim calls the bills up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Jim from Octibbeha is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this block that we're taking up, these are all current law. I'll go through the quick version. The first one, number 5470, is sales tax. Extend the repealer and exemption for certain sales tax through the Toughest Kids Foundation. Something that we've been doing for a while, but this is the repealer for that. The next one, number 6, House Bill number 472, is an income tax extend repealer on the credit for certain costs paid by a company in relocating to a national or regional headquarters. MDA, or a lot of our economic development people use this for economic development. Number 7, HB number 473, this is the State Bond Commission extend reverter on statute prescribing powers. That's basically allowing them or having the power for that State Bond Commission. On number 8, HB number 474, this is Mississippi. This is HB number 474 is Mississippi Healthcare Industry Zone Act, extend repealer on the act and related tax incentives. That's my explanation. Be happy to try to answer any questions.
Questions on any of these bills? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on all those bills. If you favor the bills, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 4 nays, the bills pass. Next item.
Next item is item 9, House Bill 512. We'll call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Okay, House Bill 512 is the identical bill dealing with the ABC warehouse that this body passed overwhelmingly with almost 100 votes last year. This bill would remove the state of Mississippi from being in the alcohol warehousing business. This bill would allow private companies to come in and compete for that job, just the same way that Tennessee does, the same way that Louisiana does, the same way that Alabama does for their wine sales. Again, it is identical to the bill that we passed last year, and this is the House position. I understand there may be a competing bill coming to us from the Senate. It would not surprise me if this issue ends up in conference, but I think the one thing, at least today, that everybody agrees on is that the status quo is not best and is not what we need to be doing. We can put a better foot forward in this area, and so this is the House position, and that's an explanation of House Bill 512.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Gentleman, yield, please.
Yes, sir.
This is the question. We've had quite a bit of problems, I understand, from the distribution side to the package stores during the last 6 to 8 months. And will this situation improve the delivery of liquor to the various liquor stores? There have been numerous complaints, I'm sure you've heard them, about how slow and ineffective the distribution is currently. Will this improve that situation?
Gentlemen, I guess I would answer that question maybe with another question, but have you heard any complaints about the delivery of Coca-Colas? Because I haven't. Coca-Colas are delivered by the private sector. I certainly submit to you that the private sector is better at running a warehouse than state government is. So, yes.
Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I agree the warehouse has a lot of issues in getting supply and all that, but what is this going to do to the price to the consumer?
Okay, so currently we have a 27.5% tax. It's a markup, but it's a tax. That's the state profit. It's the same thing as a tax. In this bill, we reduced that approximately 1/3 down to 18%. Okay, and so the reason for that is to build in a cushion there that the private sector basically will be profit margin for the private sector. Can I stand before this body and guarantee you that the price of a product won't go up $1? No, I cannot. I certainly can't stand up and do that for any other product, whether it's a Coca-Cola or barbecue grills at Walmart. That's not our job. The private sector sets that, the market sets that. So I can't promise you there won't be any price increase on the final product. Again, I don't believe that's our job to dictate that.
But there could be a 20 or 30% markup on the price of alcohol to the consumer.
It would be whatever the business decides they need to, the market dictates they set for their profit, just the same as any other product that's sold in the state.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, is it true that there's a shortage of alcohol, period, all across the country?
I wouldn't know anything about that, gentlemen, but I've heard.
Okay, so if that is true, then there's a shortage all over the country, then what is the need to privatize this entity? Everybody's struggling, they're not correct?
Well, I guess it depends on how you define shortage. Do you find this shortage as the manufacturers aren't making it? Because that's not my understanding of what's going on here. It may be a combination of the two, but the big part of Mississippi's problem is that warehouse out there.
Okay, so and I don't necessarily disagree with what you're trying to do, but I need a little more clarity. Can you explain to me how this would impact small mom and pop liquor stores?
Sure. Instead of buying their product from the state of Mississippi, they would buy their product from salesmen.
Okay, so let's say, gentlemen, this is a scenario, so just for some clarity. Let's just say Cat's liquor store that's around the corner from the Capitol on Fortification Street buys a small quantity, but the liquor store right there on Lakeland in the French Quarter buys 3 times the quantity. Who would get first priority on deliverance of those goods?
Gentlemen, the same way, I'll go back again, it's the same way Coca-Colas are sold. I mean, the private market would be able to dictate that. I would like to point out, though, that I can ask counsel for the line numbers. The bill that we passed last year, and it has it in this bill as well, does have some protections about being able to squeeze out small guys and that sort of thing. They got to be fair across the board in their business practices.
Okay, and this is my final question. I'm reminded by a small community that had mom and pop stores, and then this big old guy came in named Walmart and ran all those small mom and pops out of business. Is there any guidance or anything put in place to protect these small mom and pop stores that have been the backbone of our communities for years?
Could you repeat that question one more time, gentlemen? I apologize.
Okay, thank you. I said, are there any safeguards in place to protect the small mom and pop stores? So for instance, like Walmart coming to a small community that had only mom and pop stores in it, and all of a sudden they're out of business, but Walmart is running everything?
Gentlemen, yes is the answer to the question. Two things. This has nothing to do with the limit on or who can sell as far as how many stores you can have. Walmart currently has 1 store today. This doesn't change that. This bill becomes law, they would still just have 1 store. We're not changing the number of stores somebody can have. Secondly, I would tell you that we put some language in there that would prohibit the warehousers and the manufacturers from basically giving price discounts to the big guys. In other words, if they offer the product to your local store for $10, they also got to offer the product to for Walmart for $10. And that language was something we discussed last year, and it remains in the bill this year. Thank you.
Gentleman, Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds.
Gentlemen, now, isn't it true that the state of Tennessee, where, I go a lot, and I guess others do in North Mississippi, has had this, what you call free enterprise in at least a version of it in liquor sales? I know that's a radical concept, but and most other states have that in this trade. And they don't seem to have had a severe crimping on anybody going into the liquor business that they want in Tennessee. Have you noticed a gross decline in liquor stores in Memphis or any in Tennessee?
I have not been made aware of any decline of product or the ability to purchase product in Tennessee. No, sir.
Well, gentlemen, does it make sense for the state of Mississippi to have a facility, a multi-million-dollar facility, and seek new improvements on it when we don't need that
to collect the tax revenue, and the people can get more variety of wines and of other beverages under free enterprise. Why don't we embrace free enterprise?
Gentlemen, that's a good question, and I would just say this: the House, as long as everybody votes the way they voted last year, is going to embrace free enterprise in about a few minutes. This bill passed with almost 100 votes last year, so I expect it to do the same this year.
Well, gentlemen, I appreciate your efforts, and one day maybe this will happen in this great state.
Well, maybe this is the year.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Motion occurs on House Bill 512. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. By vote 112 to 2, the bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, if you'd allow, I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Octavia Hall has several more bills. They're a little bit spread out on the calendar, but for ease sake, I would ask for the bodies for just allow him to go ahead and handle his bills, and he'll inform you which ones those are.
You do whatever you want, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if we'll go to item number 10, HB number 516. Y'all, this is a...
Hold on, gentlemen. Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Mississippi Business Finance Corporation Extend Repealer on authority to issue bonds. This is your development authority's ability to do bonds. It's a repealer. It's current law. Nothing has changed in this. It's what we've had over the past few years. That's my explanation of this bill. I'll try to answer any questions if you have.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 516. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas and 6 nays. Bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll go to number 12 on the calendar, HB number 684, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized. Do you have a committee sub, gentlemen, you wish to adopt?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Small Business and Grocery Investment Act. This extends the repealer on that. The only thing we did was we put a reverse repealer in this. There are some things that we're going to try to change to make certain that it can be used in other parts of the state that may need this. This is basically the ability for the economic development people to come in and help areas that have food deserts or deserts that don't have grocery stores, to help encourage that. That's what we're doing here. It's explanation.
Question. I don't see any. On the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 684. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to the House calendar number 15, HB number 961, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this personal delivery device is provide regulations for use in pedestrian areas. All right, some of you may have gone through Oxford and seen some of these little bitty, they look like little robots that operate on the campus. These are delivery devices. When we pass this will put regulations on that to make those have to stop at crossings, make certain that there's some safety that's connected here. This is kind of the wave of the future, so congratulations. This is the first step in us having some connections for robots be able to deliver to your house. So this is what this is doing. That's my explanation of the bill, and I'll answer any questions if there are.
Questions? I don't see any. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 961. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 110 yeas and 8 nays. The bill passes. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter, what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction out of order, Mr.
You recognize.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, please help me welcome one of our newest council members in a huge town, the Summit, Mr. Christopher Daniels. He's in the North Gallery.
Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to number 21 on the calendar, HB number 1162, and make the usual motions.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the income tax, and this is an extension of a repealer, this current law, to have a repealer on tax credit for certain charges used at a port or an airport. This is an economic development tool when companies are encouraged to come here. This is a tax incentive for them, and it works real well on the coast, and it actually works well if you've got an airport that's using a delivery system that way. That's my explanation, and be happy to try to answer any
questions on the bill. Gentleman Pike, Mr. Porter. Passes. I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1162. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to number 22, HB number 1213, 1213.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the school ad valorem tax levy. This is authorizing a levying authority for certain districts to approve or disapprove requests for certain increases. What this amounts to is for districts that have been taken over by the state, and there has been someone that's not from that area appointed to be over that failing school district. In most school districts, you have a board that any tax increase goes before and gets approved through that board. Whenever a school district has no board and it's been taken over, this allows the governmental entity, whether that be the supervisors, if it's a county school that's attached that way, or it be a municipality, it would allow that elected body to determine whether or not that increase in taxes is good and is something that should be done. It allows them to have some say-so, and this actually puts a little bit more responsibility back in the hands of the local people to determine whether or not taxation should happen in these schools. That's my explanation. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Questions? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman,
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, isn't a conservative put in place to fix what the issues was in a failing school district?
Yes, sir. That's what the conservator.
Okay, so if there are issues around building repairs, issues around proper maintenance and student safety, and there's not the proper funding in place to fix those things, isn't it the responsibility of the conservative to ensure that those issues are taken care of?
I would say that it's the responsibility of the people that live there to have some say-so in it as well. So I don't disagree with you that we're trying to get solutions for these problems, but
So gentlemen, not to cut you off, and I apologize.
You're good.
If the community would have been doing what is right, the conservative would not be there. Is it not true?
Not necessarily.
It's two reasons. Is it not true? Two reasons that a conservative comes into a community. One is the school district fails academically. The other reason is the school district fails financially. So if the school district and its governing body, which means the school board, if it's a municipal, it means the city council. If it's a county school district, it means the county. If they had been doing their job properly, the conservator would not have been placed in there. Is that not correct?
No, because if the school board had been operating, arguably to your point, if the school board had been operating correctly, you probably wouldn't have the conservator to start with. What we're talking about is an elected body that is elected out of that community being able to have some say-so in what occurs here. The reality is that if you can't get that community to back up what that conservator is doing, there's nothing that conservator is going to be able to do to make that school better unless he has the backing of that community. My argument would be that the supervisors or the governmental entity has a responsibility back to the people that elected them.
So, gentlemen, is it not true that if your statement was correct, then there was no need for having any oversight by the state, because the state saw something wrong in order to put that conservator in place? Isn't that not true? Isn't that why the state does that?
If the conservator is taking this information to this elected body and he is, keep in mind, there needs to be some kind of two-way street here. The conservator doesn't need to come into an area and pretend like they have no responsibility to that community to keep them informed, make certain that that there's some kind of checks and balances. And no other thing that we do we not have a checks and balances. My argument back respectfully is that this is the ability for that conservator to come in and make his case or her case.
So is it, I'm just a little confused. Isn't this like micromanaging, trying to micromanage what needs to be done for the best interest of the children?
I would think that having a conservator that is unaccountable is more micromanaging from the state than having the ability for him to have to go back to that community and explain what they're doing. Keep in mind, the community has to get on board with this.
Can you provide me any data showing that this is a process that's been running rampant all over this state, or is this just one individual situation?
I can't provide any information that suggests that there's 1 or 2 or 10 that have an issue here. So it's entirely possible that there are places that are working just fine because there's some communication there. This legislation just makes sure that communication happens.
So where's the problem there? Is there a school district that is being ran, their conservator is in place, is being ran rampant, out of whack or something like that?
This is just good legislation to make sure that doesn't happen.
And so is this a solution and fix of a problem, or there's a problem? Because I want to support the chairman, because the chairman has been a dear friend of mine, but I smell something here. And so I would really like to have an honest answer before I cast my pearls upon swine. So I really need I need a better understanding. Who wanted this piece of legislation?
I would assume that our chairman out of Ways and Means wanted this to come out for the body to look at and have an opportunity to see. I don't suggest to you there's any individual person that needs to do anything in their community, but there's probably some people in here that probably would like this so that it'll help them in their community.
So is that, since one individual, is there some documented proof that this is a problem? That's all I'm asking. Because I want to make sure if there is a documented proof this is happening and cause a big problem, then we should know. Because we're trying to fix one problem for one community, that's a local and private issue. If we're trying to fix problem for a whole state, then that's another issue. So if this is just a singular issue in one community, that's community business, which is local private business.
I don't think this is a single issue in one community. I think that all of us have had situations that we've seen where conservators can go in and do just about whatever they want to do, and there not be any checks and balances in that. All this does is, and it doesn't suggest that they're not going to do what that conservator has asked them to do. All it says is that they've got to go in and sell this to the people that are going to have to go out here and are more responsible to that community than this person that's the conservator, who may not even live in that community.
Well, part of the reason the program, is it not true, part of the reason the program It's put in place like that for that very reason, to bring an outside person in that does not have any ties to their community to fix what the problem is. Now, I do understand that folk go awry sometimes, but the purpose of a conservator is to come in and fix what the issues is, so we don't end up with losing a complete control of the school district.
Gentlemen, I would suggest to you that it's better to have more people that are backing what the conservator is asking to do than fewer. This just allows that conservator not to go in there and just carte blanche decide what needs to be done without informing and talking to the people that are supposed to be responsible for their tax dollars.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Jim from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield, please.
Yes, sir.
A couple questions. Gentlemen, has the current system broke down? I mean, that we've been using conservators in various educational districts for quite some time now, and to some degree with an appreciative amount of success. If it's not broke, they say don't fix it. Have we been having a difficult time with these conservators bringing these schools back up to the standards they need to be up to? My knowledge tells me that they've been successful. They have been successful.
The reality is that they've been successful in certain places and they haven't been successful in certain places. And when you have a situation where the conservator has been there 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years and there's been no appreciable change, and then you have a situation where either the taxes are getting a little outrageous for the community, and you have that situation where people are complaining about that and pushing back on our school district, I would argue that that's a reason for us to have something like this, to at least have a secondary body be able to have some responsibility.
Well, currently, the school takeover is handled by the State Department of Education. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So that's the oversight currently.
Well, the oversight, generally speaking, you've got that non-elected person coming in there making decisions, and if that person's not getting the backing of the community anyway, it's not going to work. So this, to me, allows that.
I mean, the current oversight over the conservator is the State Department of Education, right?
Well, you could say that for all of our schools,
right.
The whole state.
Well, I mean, that system seems to be working. That's my point. I don't quite see it bogged down, and a lot of times the conservator comes from someplace else, as you all just said, and they might not have the pulse of the community. So it just seems to me that we're throwing an extra layer of red tape, government into the midst of a local situation.
I would suggest to you, gentlemen, that this is an extra layer of protection for that community, and I certainly am not trying to harm what the conservator is trying to do that is good, but I also think that having this responsibility and having elected people in there, and keep in mind, these are all elected people from our own hometowns. We know these people, so I just suggest to you that it is an extra protection.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1213. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. No vote of 96 yeas, 17 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to number 23, HB number 1430, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rule to be suspended. Bill considered in gross red the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the motor vehicle title authorized beneficiary designation. What that means is if, and as an attorney, I see this quite a bit. You can have a situation where someone is getting up in age and they want to take their car and make certain that when they pass, it automatically goes to a certain family member or whomever. This would allow the system to be set up so that that person can put in there the beneficiary who they want this car to go to when it's when they pass. Now, it gives no ownership authority in that car while that person's alive, and it can be changed at any time. The only thing this does is I've had an occasion where I've had to open a small estate or had to do something where it costs these people a lot of money just to get a car title moved into their name. This would allow another route to keep that car and let that person keep that car in their name for their life. But when they pass, it would automatically go to that person that they designate. That's my explanation of the bill. We'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Questions, Jim from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders. He passes. I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Well, hold on. Are there questions or not? I guess not. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas and 2 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman Jackson, Mr. Zuber, what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, on behalf of Representative Geis and myself, please help us make welcome Mr. Alwyn Lucky in the North Gallery.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown, what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, colleagues, I'd like to introduce to you one of your former members, a good friend of mine who now is the chairman and president of the Hines County Board of Supervisors, none other than the invincible Credell Calhoun.
All right, next item.
I don't know if invincible was what I was thinking, Mr. Speaker, when I saw that video the other day. It looked like he was defending himself. Mr. Speaker, I go to item 11, and I would ask that we call up 2 more in a block. This would be item 11 and item 18. It'll be House Bills 1064 and 606.
Any objection to calling these 2 items up in a block? I don't see any. We will take them up together.
And the reason for doing that is these are almost identical bills.
Gentleman calls the bills up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered and gross read the 3rd time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, we do have a committee substitute.
That's on 1064, yes, sir.
1064. Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, these 2 bills are the outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund bills. Y'all will remember, I know, the body will remember and recall that we passed these bills, I believe, unanimous last year. These bills would create a diversion from purchases made at sporting goods stores that would go into a fund that would allow us to use those funds to then draw down federal money that we could spend on outdoor stewardship here in the state of Mississippi. The bill we passed last year did not get brought up. In fact, if I remember right, it was the first time in 11 years I've ever seen a bill triple referred and then come out of 3 committees. And that's what happened to our bill in the Senate last year. So we figured this year, the committee did, that with a unanimous vote last year, that we would just send them 2 bills this year. And so that's what we did. There are 2 variations. The only variations in the bill is one, 1064 has some additional abilities for the funds to be spent on state parks. So that's the bill. It is the will of this body that this, and I would submit, I believe the will of the state of Mississippi, that we get this done this year. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 606 and 1064. If you favor these bills, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas and 4 nays, bills pass. Next item.
The next item is 13, House Bill 842. I'll call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The gentleman's recognized.
Gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, I was going to recognize the gentleman from Forest, but I do not see him, so I will, there he is. You want to handle it, gentlemen? Come on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, this House Bill 842 is our RIF tap. We try to do this every year. It allows counties to participate in a program that will help pay for a truck. It's just a small amount. This year there was an amendment added. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, excuse me. Let me call up the committee sub for 842. Got it?
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was an amendment made in the committee, thanks to the chairman. We're going to allow 2 additional rounds instead of the 1 additional round, which will greatly benefit our counties. I ask your support. Move final passage.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 842. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas and 4 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Next item is item 14, House Bill 918. We call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that you recognize the gentleman from Jackson to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Jackson recognized. Present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the House, let me start off by, I don't see her, but commending the lady from Forest for the work that she's put into this bill and for her constituents back home. Members of the House, this is pretty simple. It applies only to the owner of a restaurant who presently, let me repeat that, who presently holds an on-premises retail permit for alcohol. This will allow them to sell alcohol off-premises through a food truck. Again, they must have they must be an owner of a present restaurant. I think it's 25% of the sales from the truck has to be from food, and the license fee or the permit fee, ladies and gentlemen, is $100.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 918. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote on 95 yeas, 16 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask that we skip around for just briefly and go to item 25, House Bill 784. The gentleman from Rankin is going to handle this bill, and he's got somewhere he's got to be after lunch. So I would ask that House Bill 784, item 25, be called up and the usual motion made.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, 784 is going to be our resort status vehicle for the year. Right now, this is covering an area in Richland, Mississippi, down in South Rankin County, but this will be our vehicle for resort status. So whoever has one, please get with me so we can get that in conference.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 784. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 108 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
We would go at this time to item 17, House Bill 1031. Call the bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the gentleman from Alcorn to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Alcorn,
All corn, no cotton.
all corn and no cotton. Thank you.
I've got an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize. You recognize.
All right, Mr. Speaker, thank you. This is a bill that comes to us. It's a strike all, basically a strike all amendment of what we passed in the committee. What the bill does is it creates a special fund for the city of Jackson on a capital improvement projects. DFA reviews and approves these projects that are submitted to the city. The bill had an advisory committee in it when it was in committee. That has been taken out. And we had, the city is required to submit quarterly reports to DFA, and DFA may use 1%, I think, in fees that generated off of that, and it has a repeal date of January 2027. I think this, like I said, this is a Jackson, Hines County. I believe the delegation is okay with this. That's an explanation of the amendment and the bill.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1031. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 112 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
We move at this time to item 20, House Bill 1131. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended, bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the other gentleman from Rankin to handle the bill.
Gentleman Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1131 simply allows the Secretary of State to enter into an online agreement to conduct tax forfeited sales. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1131. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk. Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Tippa, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to, on the Ways and Means calendar, item number 14, House Bill 918, on behalf of myself, the gentleman from Benton, Wayne, Tibby Hall, Itawamba, the junior gentleman from Holmes, Grenada, just to hold back 2 rows. I would like to hold that on a motion, please, for a possible amendment.
You just want to hold on a motion? Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. That was a long way around getting to, I want to hold on a motion. Jump from Lauderdale, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inquiry.
Okay.
Are we adjourning or are we?
No, sir.
Thank you.
We have work to do, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
You need to cancel your dinner plans, too. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Calm down. Calm down. Any further announcements? I don't see any. Recognize the gentleman from Octavia Hall for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this House stand in recess until 2 o'clock.
Motion is to recess to 2 o'clock. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House in recess to 2 o'clock. Please let the House come back to order. Jim from Washington, purpose you seek recognition.
Vote, to the vote, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
On House Bill 1031, I didn't vote. I like to be voted as yay.
All right.
Yeah.
Record the gentleman's vote. Oh, did he fill out the sheet or not?
Your family voting. Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Madam Clerk has reminded us that you have this form you had to fill out up here to do that. All right, we'll return to the calendar. We're on the Ways and Means calendar. Chairman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Trying to see where we are. We are on item 24, House Bill 917. Pick up where we left off, and I would ask that that bill be called up and the usual motion made.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Would ask that the gentleman from Lee be recognized to handle this bill.
The gentleman from Lee is recognized.
We're skipping around on purpose.
Jim from Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 917, this is, we're calling the Home-Based Opportunity Freedom Act. And what this bill does is it restricts the ability of local governing municipalities, counties, et cetera, to put restrictive ordinances in place to restrict the possibility of home-based businesses. We have seen nationwide during the pandemic a dramatic rise in not only people working from home, but also an increase in home-based businesses. So what this bill does is allow people to be able to have their own home-based business without the local municipalities making it ordinances in place where they cannot be able to have these businesses. This bill does not supersede any state laws or federal laws that are in place already concerning different business types, or it does not restrict from if a certain business is required to have any licensing. It does not restrict in that way, and it also does not supersede any neighborhood covenants that are in place with certain neighborhoods. So that's my explanation of the bill. I'll take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield?
Yes, sir.
So you're, if I understand the bill right, and foregoing any state laws, the local municipalities will not have any say-so if somebody wants to run a business out of their home. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if my neighbor wanted to go into a business next door to me, I can't do anything about it, and the town can't do anything about it?
Well, not just any business. I mean, if it's restricted by current laws of the state or...
Well, I know, but I know, like we talked about in committee, now that we've passed the medical marijuana bill, to be a tender and want to sell marijuana, I understand that could not be next to me because that is in state law.
Correct.
If the person next to me wanted to start a pest control business and park all their pest control vehicles in the yard and in the street, the municipality would not have any say-so in that. Is what I'm understanding this bill to do.
That is correct.
So everything from pest control to whatever, dog grooming service, anything can open up next door to me, and my municipality will not have a thing in the world they can do about it, unless it's in state law.
Correct.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Well,
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Looking at this bill, gentlemen, and piggybacking on the gentleman's questions over there, isn't it true that this bill requires that the work be conducted within the home?
Yes.
And it wouldn't have any impact on any ordinance or whatnot regarding noise or equipment outside of the home. It's just within the home and any ancillary structure. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
All right, gentlemen. And it's true that there's actually about 6 or 7 specific rules in place in this bill that we prohibit cities and councils from implementing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And isn't it true that there are actually cities in this state who have made it so restrictive to work within your home that individuals cannot even hold Mary Kay parties? Isn't that correct?
That is correct. There's restrictions on certain towns in Mississippi that say you can't have people parked on the street in front of your home, like for a Mary Kay or Pampered Chef party, that you can't hold inventory stock at your home, and it also restricts the amount of space you can use at your home. Like say if you were making, a lot of ladies make jewelry at their house, and it restrict the area that they could use to manufacture their jewelry.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that may help me some, but I have a man in our neighborhood who has a used car dealership in his front yard, and nobody seems to be able to do anything about it. Is this going to be prohibited in any way?
Yeah, that is outside the home. The business must be conducted inside the premises.
Okay, that helps me. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wills.
Thank you, gentlemen. Will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So you can have a business like a massage therapist where people come into your home and having massages and all these different kind of businesses. So basically retail or any kind of business in your home?
Correct.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Smith, Mr. Tullis.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Does this bill prohibit the number of employees that can come to a home to actually do work in a home-based business?
It does not prohibit that.
So if I have 20 employees and open up a business, those individuals can come to my house without the government or local government interfering with that?
It does not.
It only prohibits this. The government can still tell you can't have so many.
It does not prohibit that.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So this bill 917, gentlemen, does it protect a home-based business such as anything that deal with network marketing or sales?
Correct.
It does?
It does.
Good bill, gentlemen. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Lady from Pearl. Okay. Any further question? I don't see any.
We have an amendment, Mr.
You have an amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're recognized for your amendment.
The amendment is to add a reverse repealer to this bill.
All right. Any questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
That's all.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 917. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 96 yeas, 12 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, we would go to item 28. Skip a couple bills, go to item 28.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This is House Bill 1169. This bill simply would exempt the Mississippi Aquarium from the items sold at the Mississippi Aquarium on the coast from paying sales tax. It's similar to what we've done for other museums and attractions and the like. So that's what it would do. I would say that I do have an amendment to add a reverse repealer to the bill.
You recognize for your amendment.
It's just a reverse repealer. Mr. Speaker, there may be some additional looks that we need to give to this bill and this legislation. There may be some other people who need, that we may need to look at exempting the sales tax on as this bill goes throughout the session. So that's the reason for the reverse repealer being added.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. In favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
Questions? Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield, the chairman yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
What is the expected revenue loss with the passage of this bill?
Well, gentlemen, as a former chair of Ways and Means, I imagine you might, the current statute has many, many exemptions.
Okay.
There's a lot of them in there. I personally would like to get that cleaned up eventually. That was on my list in 2020, and then the world went crazy for a couple of years, and we hadn't gotten back to it. But this particular addition would just be the Mississippi Aquarium in Gulfport or Biloxi or my coast friends, somewhere down there. And so it would be minimal, gentlemen. I don't know what they would be.
But right now, they are collecting sales tax.
That's my understanding. I think the museum opened maybe last year sometime.
Yeah, the same as the Hattiesburg Zoo and the Jackson.
Yeah, and I'm reminded, as I said earlier, there are other attractions that have this. The Hattiesburg Zoo, I think the Jackson Zoo.
Okay.
This would put it in line with that. But
Okay, so is it true that all museums and zoos and places like this are exempt from sales tax?
I would not say, I can't stand before the body and say it's 100% true because I've never personally examined all of them. I do know that there are I would say a large portion of them don't pay sales tax.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1169.
I just want to tell you,
In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I go to item 30, House Bill 1475, call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
I would also ask that the gentleman from Itawamba be recognized to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Itawamba is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, this is the reverse auction bill that we passed a couple of years in a row. It allows the counties, the cities, school boards, local government authorities to opt out of the reverse auction if it benefits that purchase, and they have to put that in their minutes to state the reason why they're not going through the reverse auction, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Nope, there is one. Is there one or not? Going once, going twice. All right, she passes. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1475. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 1477 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the body, back during the summer, there was some confusion over the reverse auction and how it related to contractors in the state. This language just clarifies that if a licensed contractor is doing that work, it is considered exempt from the reverse auction. So it's just clarifying some language. That's an explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1477. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
The next item is 32, House Bill 1529. Would call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
House Bill 1529 would simply conform the state's tax code to match the federal code as it relates to certain coronavirus relief payments that people receive. In other words, if the feds aren't requiring taxpayers to pay tax on the benefits they receive, then the state would match that as well. So that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1529. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas and 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, the committee has done enough work for the day, and we yield the floor.
Ways and Means yields the floor. Brings us to the laid on the table calendar. Passes. Brings us to the general calendar. Item 1, wildlife.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. I'd like to call up House Bill 258, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended, bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
I'd like the young man from Marion to handle the bill.
Recognize the gentleman from Marion to present the bill. He's behind you there, gentlemen. He sneaked up on you. You got to watch him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. If you would, first off, I'd like the lady to read the amendment.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, I didn't understand. What?
I'd like for the clerk to have the amendment read.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you're recognized to read the amendment.
Amendment number 1 by Representative Kincaid. Amend on line 12 by inserting the word electronic before the word harvest. Amend further on lines 18 and 19 by deleting the words a physical and inserting the words an electronic in lieu thereof. Amend the title on line 3 by deleting the word a and inserting the words an electronic in lieu thereof. Amend further the title on lines 4 and 5 by deleting the words a physical tagging program that is.
Thank you, ma'am. What we've actually done with this bill, we just about stripped it down to where you would get in trouble for spitting on the sidewalk more than you would for not tagging something. What we're really trying to do here is get some data for our wildlife fisheries department, biologists, where we can keep an adequate supply on our deer herds and turkeys. What a lot of you don't really realize is probably some 80 years ago, you realize that we're divided by 82, the turkey population in the state of Mississippi would wind up with about 60 turkeys per county. Your deer population wouldn't have fared that well. It'd have been about 18 deer per county. Actually, where we at right now, we've got about 1.5 million deer in the state of Mississippi. But with CWD and everything else that's going on, diseases and pox, blackhead, and turkeys, and population, we don't want our sportsmen to get in a situation where they wind up and getting us there and they say, well, we're going to close the season for 2 years. That wouldn't be very likable at all. We had a great conservationist once upon a time in the United States, and he even come down to Auburn, Mississippi and bear hunt. And he got a lot of recognition because he started getting called teddy bears, and it was Teddy Roosevelt. Hunters are the largest conservationists that we have in the United States, period. I don't care what kind of bleeding heart clubs you got out there about conservation. But all we asking for here is a system to keep up with electronically tagging deer, turkeys, whether it be electronically or whatever they want to come up with, just where we can get the data. You won't be penalized, you won't get a ticket for anything. It's just straight conservation measured issues of keeping a tagging system. And I'll be glad to answer any type of question.
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will you gentlemen yield?
Absolutely.
How many other states have a tagging system in the United States?
Every state in the United States except Mississippi.
Thanks, sir.
Any further question? Gentleman from Neshoba, Mr. Bound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Jim and you?
Absolutely.
All right, so I want to understand what your amendment's doing, gentlemen. And so we're just doing a harvest reporting, not tagging. Is that correct?
That's right. That's what we want is a harvest reporting issue, and whatever works for the authority over there. We are to buy nor not to buy all of it. I promise you that.
Okay, so it would be an electronic harvest reporting program, whereas if they harvest a deer, harvest a turkey, they would have a certain amount of time, 24 hours or something, to report that?
It could be, because the possibility of what's happening right now is our turkey population. That's what we're doing with the turkey's population. And it was favored by 74% on a survey given by the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries and Parks last year, and it had a 74% issue.
All right, and so with the harvest reporting, the methods of reporting could be by an app that's already been developed, is that correct?
That's right.
It could be by a website to the Department of Wildlife, it could be by the old-fashioned telephone call.
Absolutely.
Is that, so there would be a way for the department to gather data, there would be a medium for them to be, for the hunter to be able to report that harvest, is that correct?
That's right, because all we're trying to do is curb the issue with issues like.
Okay, and there's no cost to this, right? There's no cost to the hunter or anything like this.
You ain't gonna get penalized for it, you're not gonna get fined if you don't do it.
So this is merely a collection data tool, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman's time has expired on his amendment. Question now recurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Any questions on the bill? Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I understand it, gentlemen, but I want to make sure, because I still hunt deer and turkeys. So what you're telling me, or the way I'm understanding it anyway, we'll set up a program that we already have a program to report turkeys, right?
We do.
Okay, so this is going to be basically the same program for deer as we already have for turkeys, is that right?
Yes, sir.
But again, and you stressed it, but I want to make sure I understand. If I kill a deer and I decide I'm not going to report him, I'm not going to be penalized in any way.
No fines in the bill whatsoever.
How about if a warden says, well, I got somebody that you told you killed a deer and you've killed another one, so I'm going to give you a ticket for killing too many or whatever?
Well, if that warden's name is John Smith, you can tell him one thing, said, you got Mississippi law and county law, and we're not going by John Smith law.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 258. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 90 yeas, 25 nays, bill passes. Next item, Judd B.
Speaker, with unanimous consent, can I bring one more bill up, clear the slate?
Which one, gentlemen?
But House Bill 1035, item number 77.
Gentleman wants to go to item number 77. Any objection? I don't hear any. We will go to item number 77, House Bill 1035.
I'm going to call up the committee sub, please.
Gentleman calls bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration. In lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
I have an amendment.
Recognized for your amendment. You recognize, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, what we're doing here today is we're giving you another opportunity to hunt in the state of Mississippi. We're giving you a special opportunity to archery hunt a velvet buck deer in this state. Velvet? Yes, sir. We're going to give you an extra opportunity in September to harvest a whitetail deer in velvet, which is a very unique opportunity in this country. There's only about 8 states that offer that. In our southern states, South Carolina has it, Tennessee has it, Kentucky has it, and it's very unique. This has become a very popular draw in our southern states, and it's generated a fair amount of revenue. And so, you know, now that the outdoors world recognizes Mississippi as the #1 wildlife destination, we're going to take full advantage of that. And we're going to give you another opportunity to enjoy that. So, House Bill 1035, what it's going to do is velvet hunting season shall begin on September 10th and end on September 20th. It'll be no more than 3 consecutive days in length and no more than 5 days. It'll be with crossbow or bow and arrow only. The special season shall be open on private lands or any WMA area deemed appropriate by the department. Only bucks that meet the antler criteria for that respective deer management unit will be harvested. The commission will set the fees for the special permit and all the other criteria. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now the bill. Gentleman from the show, Mr. Bounds. You wish to speak on the bill? You recognize.
You didn't really want to speak on it, did you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I want to explain, this is my bill. I want to tell y'all what we're doing here, and the gentleman has done a good job of explaining it. Velvet means that when a buck is right before that time, before hunting season opens every year, he's got velvet on his antlers, okay? He sheds these antlers every year. This velvet has become, in other states, an opportunity for bow hunters. This is a prized trophy and a prized harvest. Other states are doing this. They are just out-of-staters are coming in. People from Mississippi are going to Kentucky, South Carolina, Tennessee, doing this. This is another opportunity for our outdoorsmen here in the state to have a short 10-day season in mid-September before bow season opens on October the 1st to really capture a trophy that is that hunters really like to do. It's limited to 10 days. It's bow and arrow only and crossbows. Antler restrictions is what's in current law as far as antler restrictions are still in play. You know, you can't kill an illegal deer or anything like this. This is a great opportunity. Your bow hunters back home are going to love you for this. The hunters are going to love you for this. We need to pass this bill, and I want to encourage you to please, let's support this thing, move it on down to the Senate, and let's give our hunters another opportunity in this state. I'll take any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes.
Now, this is going to be on a private land as well?
It could be on private lands and any public lands that the commission may deem that where they have the population sustainable to do it, which should be all WMAs. There may be, out of our 27 WMAs, there may be one or two that there's not sustainable population. But the beauty of this thing is, gentlemen, is that on these public lands, the biologists will be able to make that determination based on the data that they will have from hunter surveys of our animals harvested the previous year.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Any further questions? I don't see any. I recognize the chairman to close.
Thank you, gentlemen. Vote.
Vote. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1035. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Opposed machine, Madam Clerk, by vote 118 yeas, 3 nays. Bill passes. Jumping Choctaw, Mr. Hood, what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize.
Ladies and gentlemen, the House in the South Gallery is my supervisor, Mr. Chris McIntyre. Please help him, make him welcome here today.
All right, we will return to page 6, general calendar, item 2, Judiciary B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd go to item 2, House Bill 695, call it up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye, opposed nay, the ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment, if I may be recognized.
You recognize.
All right, thank you. I'll explain the amendment, so it kind of explains the bill as such. Now, this is your intervention court bill. This is a drug court bill. What the amendment does is on line 58, there's language that says the State Intervention Court Advisory Committee shall promulgate rules and regulations that authorize an administrative office of courts to review funding for and provide additional funding to intervention courts based on financial needs of the court. Change the shall to may. I've heard from a number of members, and the gentleman from Union has done a great job with this bill the past year or so, working through this with our drug courts. I've talked to him, and I both talked with the Chief Justice on this. The purpose of this amendment is I don't want drug court funds to be swept from one drug court to another drug court. So our purpose is to try to keep this, let drug courts keep their money. Now, I've told drug courts, there's a lot of them around the state, 7 or so that are sitting on a great deal of money, probably in upwards of $5 million between them. That money just sitting there, it's not being used. I've told my drug court judge, I've told other judges, and I'll tell it here today on the record, that they need, in our discussions with the Chief Justice, they need to start spending some of that money to put toward mental health, to put toward drug court help and helping people. So instead of just letting it sit there, that's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker. It just changes a shall to a may.
Questions? Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
So I did understand you to say we're not sweeping the funds, correct?
That's the intent of it. Now, we had a discussion with the Chief Justice, and his words to me was, the last thing I want to do is to take money from somebody in Tempe County to pay for somebody in Pike County. So him and I had that discussion. I told him that's what I want to do. And so that is, to answer your question, no, we're not sweeping funds.
Okay. But it could come later.
Chief Justice has I believe, has an intent not to let that happen.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Mitawamba, Mr. Bell.
Well, gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I am concerned about the may, because it would still allow that group to sweep that money. We're not stopping them from sweeping it, is my understanding.
All I can say is that language came directly from AOC and came directly from the Supreme Court. It's what they want, and we're trying to help them so that they can better serve intervention courts throughout the whole state, and they said they need this language to do that.
Gentlemen, you're aware that the judge contacted me in my area, and he feels like he has been conservative with the spending of that money. And if we're just going to take that money and send it somewhere else, I don't think that's the right thing to do. And if this bill is allowing that to happen, I can't support it.
I understand, and I appreciate that, and I've talked to, you and I share the same judge, and I talked to him at length on Friday afternoon after I talked to the Chief Justice and told him the depth of our conversation, which was about, I don't want this money to go from one county, one district to another district. Now, there has been some need to do that, and I get that, but all I can relay to you is this money, the courts and all of that is overseen by the Chief Justice, and he has indicated to me those very words. He does not want one district paying for another district. I will also, like I reiterated or said earlier, the drug courts are sitting on a whole lot of money. And I get why they're doing that. They're afraid that we're going to take that away from them. I don't think that's going to happen. It happened once before, but that was when the drug courts were in their genesis. That's when they had started. And now it has been a proven track record that drug courts are one of the best things we have going for us in this state. They're serving our people. They're saving lives. They're saving the state money. I cannot, for the life of me, fathom a situation where this legislature and the leadership of this legislature and or this state or the Chief Justice is going to do anything to take away money from intervention courts, especially for drug courts. They're helping way too many people. At the time that they were swept before, like I said, they had just gotten started. We didn't have the track record that we did now. Now you've got leadership in place that believe in alternative sentencing measures, and I just can't, for the life of me, fathom that they're going to do that this time.
Gentlemen, would you agree, though, this legislation does not prevent them from doing that, and that this money is local money, it's not state money, it's local money that has come from our constituents there?
Gentleman's time's expired on his amendment. Question now recurs on the amendment. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Now we're on the bill.
Okay, on the bill, the meat of the bill is basically what we've been discussing. The next part of the bill is the other part that I want to talk about. We have a three-part package coming for you guys on the fentanyl crisis, on the drug overdose crisis. The second part of that bill is the second part of that package. It takes money to create basically a fentanyl drug abuse curriculum like we did for tobacco back with the tobacco settlement and stuff like that. It does the same thing to create this education for our youth, the education for our population to know that fentanyl drug abuse is serious, and we're going to use some funds to hopefully make people aware of the dangers that are lying out there. So this is the second piece of that third package the three-piece package that's going to be coming to you. Probably the third piece will be coming tomorrow, I believe. So that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Gentlemen, if I'm addicted to cocaine, can I participate? Because I keep hearing you say fentanyl, but if I'm addicted to cocaine or some derivative of cocaine, could I participate in that curriculum and program that you're developing?
Yeah, I mean, the overall, right, okay, I understand your question.
You said fentanyl.
No, and I'll point you to some operative language later, but it says any type of drug abuse. So whether it's cocaine, whether it's opioids, whether it's heroin, whatever the case may be, the whole curriculum is going to be designed, from what I understand, to make people aware of the dangers of drugs, specifically the opioid known as fentanyl. But all of them. So to answer your question, yes, you would be able to participate.
Okay, so I can be clear. If I talk to those folks down there where I live, and I can say to them that if they've got somebody that's with meth or, any of these other drugs that's out here, there is not going to be a preference for...
No, the idea, and you know this far better than I do, I think you were here, but the idea is to follow what the legislature did with tobacco and the tobacco initiatives about making that aware to people. So that's the idea of doing this with drugs.
Okay, and then my last question to you, gentlemen. Are we saying to these people, these folks, of course, we're trying to get more money for a drug and rehab crisis beds. And as you know, the Senate passed a bill and put 60 little beds in there. And there's only 25 that the state has control over. So all of us have say-so over 85 beds. When you had a whole gallery full of people who probably knew 85 children, young folks who had died.
Yeah.
So in that we need intervention. Is there any step-down language or ability in this bill for the courts to create some kind of AAs and NAs and,
There is some language in here that creates some monitoring of mental health services. I think that may answer your question, to help monitoring those services. There's another bill I think coming later that is asking for more money to fund this. I think maybe coming through appropriations.
And did the judges or any of those people across the street say to you that the district attorneys or the sheriffs or anybody was saying to them that if we had crisis beds, that if we just had somewhere that we could have a place for immediate intervention?
No, I think you're exactly right. I think those crisis centers, giving them somewhere to put somebody other than a jail, I think that is a need that the state has to address, yes.
And the gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown, and I have been introducing a bill. He's been introducing it since he got here. I've been introducing it for I don't know how long. And can you imagine that we don't know what would have happened, but let's just say going forward, that if we had more crisis beds, that maybe we wouldn't have a gallery full of people, who had a bad outcome with a loved one, that we would have had somewhere we could intervene and get that person the help that they needed.
And in talking with the Chief Justice, when we talked to him last week, that's a goal of his, is to create these beds, these inpatient places for people to go instead of, like you said.
So 60.
So my hope is what you're talking about is going to come to fruition very soon.
Okay, and so 60 is just really out of the question, isn't it, gentlemen? 60 doesn't even, we shouldn't even be discussing 60.
Well, I'm thankful for what we got, but I don't know that we're going to have too many.
That's less than one per county, one bed per county.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 695. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 85 yeas and 31 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll call up item number 3, House Bill 799. Ask that you recognize the Vice Chair, gentleman from Covington.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Covington, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 799 concerns search warrants. The board says arrest warrants. That's not correct. This is a bill that we passed last year, I think, unanimously, and the Senate did too, but it for some reason did not get through conference. This comes to us at the request of the Attorney General's office. These are only cases involving computer crimes involving children, so largely are going to be sex crimes. The Attorney General's office is often the ones that are tasked with investigating and getting the warrants on those, and so they have asked for the authority to have those, the testimony to the judge to be given over the telephone, and if so, the judge has to record it and put the person under oath, record it if they can. If they can't, they have to take the testimony in longhand. And that is an explanation of the bill.
Question, Gentleman from Smith, Mr. Tullis.
Well, the gentleman yields.
Sure.
Does this only apply to the Attorney General's office?
It does not.
Okay. You were the author of this bill, was it ever discussed whenever the phone call is made that either the judge or the Attorney General's investigator record the conversation. Because according to the bill, it says if a recording device is available, everybody's got a cell phone, everybody has the ability to record the sworn testimony of the agent or the investigator. And I just want to make sure that if a search warrant is issued, that what is said is actually what is transcribed. But would you have any objection to amendment saying either the judge or the investigator, there has to be a recording since everybody's got a recording device on now?
If you look on line 38, it says the judge shall record. So the responsibility is on the judge to record.
Right, but the recording is either recording using a recording device or taking it down in longhand, correct?
If a voice recording device is available, the judge shall record by means of such device. And then otherwise, a stenographic or longhand verbatim record shall be made. So if a recording is available, the judge has to record it.
Okay, but let's assume the judge does not. What is to prevent the investigator, with the judge taking the longhand down, but the investigator recording what is being said to the judge?
I don't have an issue with that being added, gentlemen.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I have an...
Well, if we pass it, hold on to motion, reconsider, maybe.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 799. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 121 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Gentleman Jackson, Mr. Zuber has an introduction.
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, please help me make welcome 3 ladies in the South Gallery that are beautiful inside and out and working with dyslexic children. We have Tracy, Julia, and Haley. Please stand so we can make you welcome.
All right, next item.
Mr. Speaker, item number 4, I want to skip, and it can go to the hill of the calendar, it's fine.
Okay.
I call up item number 5, House Bill 621, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the 3rd time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill simply raises, it's a felony fleeing bill. I've seen more and more of it through my practice and through other means, but what the bill does is the maximum penalty for felony fleeing right now is 5 years. The bill would raise the maximum of that to 10 years, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions, gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, my good friend, do you yield?
I do, of course.
Just 2 quick questions. I think you've heard me speak on my concerns about police pursuits and things of that nature. Is there anything in this piece of legislation that addresses these illegal pursuits, so to speak?
No, it is simply right now, the bill is our felony fleeing statute, and all it does is changes 5 to 10.
So my next question. By increasing these penalties from 5 to 10 years, what do you help to accomplish? What do you hope to see accomplished?
Well, it's more, and this came to me by way of my senior circuit judge in Tupelo, and it is happening more and more. You're seeing people on probation, people who have something on them, and they get stopped or they get blue lighted, if you will, and take off. And they'll take off in residential areas, they'll take off in downtowns, they'll take off down the freeway, Katie bar the door, they're not gonna stop. So that's the purpose of it. It's just happening more and more. And under the pro-eligibility law that we've passed and under 585 as well, this type of law, they could be eligible for 25% at parole. And at 5 years, 25%, as you know, is about a year and a half or so. So really, the judges, the prosecutors, law enforcement want a little bit more teeth in the slowing people down.
Right. And so, and this is my final question. I think back to the individual a couple of years ago that was chased from Rankin County into Hinds County for stealing some Red Bull and some Vienna sausages because he was hungry. You 10 years for that?
I appreciate that, and a good lawyer wouldn't. But be that as it may, you know, like I've said before, I can make a hypothetical for any law, I guess. I don't know that I can make a law for any hypothetical. So I appreciate that situation, but I do trust the system. I do trust lawyers. I do trust judges to use their discretion in these type of things.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Hinds, Mr. Brown.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, my concern is about the fleeing. I agree with Representative Bell about the problem we've had with fleeing around here in Hinds County and Metropolitan Jackson. But my question to you is, what if it's a young person, perhaps maybe a felony, but he has rehabilitated himself and all that, but he flees because of fright. He flees because he's afraid and not necessarily trying to get away from law enforcement. And he's going to be faced with the same 10-year sentencing. So is there any room for the reason for the fleeing, so to speak?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
some people flee because they're scared.
Oh, I understand. But remember, for felony fleeing, the law, this is current law. Any person who is guilty of this section by operating a motor vehicle in such a manner as to indicate a reckless and willful disregard for the safety of persons and property, and operates a vehicle in that manner, manifesting extreme indifference to human life. So in your hypothetical, I think that would just be resisting arrest. He's got to have those elements of the crime, and that's current law now. Okay.
Well, the second question is, generally, a person fleeing from the police, there's about 99% apprehension rate. So, I mean, again, we're trying to stop fleeing, and look to me like this is going to encourage them because they're going to be afraid for the extra time they're going to receive. It's kind of like counterproductive. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, all I can say is that there's been a rash of it up in my neck of the woods, and it has not deterred how it is. So I think that we have to try something.
Well, not much as it has been around here in this area.
I understand. I appreciate that. Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman. Passes. Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With the chairman,
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Now, you indicated that this bill comes before the House because your circuit judge recommended it.
He was saying, and I agree with him, he was seeing a lot more of these type of felonies, yes.
Okay, but is there support from any type of organized law enforcement association?
I can't speak as to whether they've actually come out and said anything. I have talked to the representative, and they've told me that they like the bill and will agree with it.
Okay, because I thought we had looked at all of these penalties a few years ago, mindful of the cost of incarceration and all of that, and just to take one of these statutes and just increase from 5 to 10. Because one individual requested is just something that is of concern to many members of this House. So my concern is that does the bill have enough support that you would ask the legislature to increase this penalty?
Yeah, well, I think so. I've talked to prosecutors around the state as well. I don't know that there's a a quote-unquote endorsement out there, but there's not, the people who would be handling this on a daily basis, yes, they would support that, and it's my hope in a few minutes that this body will support it.
Okay. Now, you also indicated that because 5 years and the opportunity for an individual to qualify for parole, probation, whatever. But really, sometimes 5 years mean 5 years.
Sometimes it does. It depends on the individual. I mean, if this is somebody who was charged as a habitual offender, it could mean 5 years.
Okay, and certainly 10 years could also be 10 years.
It could be 10 years, depends on the individual. Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jump from Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds.
I appreciate what you're trying to do, and I appreciate what you bring out, and I've generally always voted for it, and I'll probably vote for this. But I ask you, gentlemen, one particular situation I know, and his grandmother's come to see me because she's from Charleston, and the young man grew up there and then came to Hinds County and then had a severe anxiety problem, and he had panic attacks. And when he had panic attacks, he really couldn't control himself very well, but he was working at a grocery store and had successfully for several years. It was in Rankin County, he got a blue light on him, and a panic attack happened, the grandmother says. He couldn't stop. No harm was done to anybody else, but the policy was that he was going to get a sentence. Right. And so he got, I believe, 3 years for that, and which is within the law, I understand that, but at some point in the process on this bill, will you look at perhaps there being some extenuating circumstances for people that do suffer, like we're trying to do mental health court, that do suffer from conditions that render themselves unable to control themselves, particularly and make allowances for people like that, and understand that if there's no human life, if there's no severe harm to property or person, at least make a consideration being given in the imposition of such a sentence as this, that there be no actual severe harm to a person or property. At least some reliance on that. Will you work to do that?
I think so, and I think what you're, yeah, absolutely, it'll work, but I think what you're asking and the situation you would call for would be one that in the future would probably qualify for our drug court and an alternative sentencing measure, which is what is my hope. My hope is not necessarily for those type, but yes, sir.
And yes, sir, I believe our mental health court, if it were utilized properly, I think, and were available properly, could be utilized by persons like that as well. It needs to be.
Right. I agree.
Jim from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
I will always yield to Mississippi Center for Public Policy champion, Jim Hines.
My question is, gentlemen, what happens if, is this fleeing under the interpretation of the law enforcement officer? For instance, let's say I'm stopped somewhere where the lighting is not well, and this community has a history of harassment by police officers, and I just want to get somewhere where I'm a little safer, where there's some witnesses. Would I be charged with fleeing?
It depends on that situation, and I hate to give you a lawyer answer, but it depends. Now, keep in mind, the facts or the elements of this crime, we're not changing any of that. That's still current law. And your situation that you're talking about now is current law, and they could be charged under that. All we're changing is the penalty phase. It's the penalty amount going from 5 to 10. That's it.
That's why I'm concerned. So, you know, sometime I got you, I load you up on 5 or 6 charges, holding one stick. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, I'm speeding, not driving reckless, but I'm speeding, and I don't pull over. I'm on I-55. There's nowhere really to pull over until I find an exit. Sure. I take the exit, then I pull over. But I drove about a half a mile. would that person be stopped? Could that charge be placed on them with that enhanced penalty?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's all in the eye of the beholder, I guess, but it could be, but that could be the case now. I understand what you're saying, but I think, again, I trust lawyers, I trust the judges in situations like that to use the discretion.
Okay.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, you here?
Yes, sir.
First of all, let me just say I thank you for what you worked on. But all of us represent unique counties.
Sure.
Things of that nature. I noticed that you said your local officials have agreed upon this, but I'll go back to what the gentleman stated as far as all of us being inclusive.
I understand.
And with that being said, have we had a chance to network with the Mississippi Chiefs Association?
I've talked to their lobbyist about it, who represents them, and had no indication otherwise that they would be against it.
Okay. With that being said, and I'd say this, you said earlier about law enforcement, if you think Representative Hines stated that if he decided to go to a well-lit area and he didn't stop, it's up to the officer to determine whether or not it's a felony or not.
Right.
So I just ask that, on the reconsideration, we look at it in its entirety and making sure that everyone is inclusive, around this.
I commit to you that. I will.
Thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
A couple of years ago, we had a unfortunate situation where someone had taken something from Walmart and a neighboring jurisdiction law enforcement agency chased that car into my neighborhood. And as a result of that, a young man that I went to school with was killed by the police officer that was doing the chasing. When we talk about fleeing and law enforcement having a responsibility to apprehend those individuals, it shouldn't be for something that's petty. It should be, a crime is a crime, I get that, but it shouldn't be for something that's a TV was taken from Walmart. So law enforcement should do whatever they can to try to prevent those kind of situations from happening. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Is there an opportunity for some work on this bill that would provide some policies around how and when law enforcement agencies are chasing after these assailants?
Yeah, I don't know. I understand what you're saying, but I don't know. I appreciate what you're saying. To answer the question, I don't know that I can in this bill because of the code section and what we're dealing with. The code section is very elemental driven, I guess, with the elements of the crime. We could put some language in there, but I'll commit to you, I understand what you're talking about. And one of the reasons, keep in mind, the law enforcement are chasing these people because the people are running, and that's the law enforcement's job. And hopefully, we increase those penalties, people will quit running. Maybe that's a naive way of looking at it, but that right now is the only way that I have a way of really going after what you're saying. Nobody should be in their yard, in their subdivision, downtown, in downtown Corinth, downtown wherever, and having to deal with a high-speed chase. I don't care where it is and where it is in this state, with law enforcement doing it, with felons running, with those on anybody running from the police. We have to do something about that, and it is my hope that passing this would do that. So I understand what you're talking about. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my biggest concern is when there are law enforcement agencies that travel into a different city or town without communicating with the law enforcement agency of that city or town what's happening. And unfortunately, we have loss of life.
And they need to do that. Law enforcement need to communicate among each other. I agree with you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've known you to be a fair and honest man and a good attorney, correct?
Well, I guess it depends, but you know.
All right. Well, in light of the conversation and discussion that we've had on this bill, would you be amenable to putting a reverse repeal in this bill, to let it go to conference and let's work on this some?
If you want to hold on,
and make sure everything's good.
If you want to pass it, hold on a motion, and we can do that unless you got the amendment ready now. But
I have an amendment ready now.
Bring it down, bro.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, at appropriate time, I have an amendment.
You recognize, gentlemen.
What time for lawyer bank?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, ooh, this is different. It just puts a reverse repeal in here that just says it was standard repeal on July 1, 2022. Just give us time to negotiate a little more and make sure it is what it says. And all the agencies and police department that we all support and we all want to protect our constituents can do that. And I think the chairman says is okay with it. So that's just support on the amendment. Thank you.
Questions, gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson. Gentlemen, you yield for a question? Y'all could just talk about it back there.
Yes, sir. Good. Go ahead, of course, gentlemen.
Gentlemen from Hines, and thank you for yielding. Is it true that under the current statute, that if there is a fleeing and there is serious bodily injury to another, that there is a penalty of as much as 20 years?
I believe that is correct, gentlemen.
And under the current statute, if there is fleeing and there is death or associated with the fleeing, there is a penalty of 40 years.
Yes, sir. I do see that. It's on the current bill too, on line 37.
All right, thank you, sir.
So it doesn't change any of that. Thank you.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
I'll direct, yes, sir. Yeah.
that's fine, Mr. Speaker. I don't oppose a reverse repealer.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
I said, I'm sorry, I don't oppose the amendment.
All right. Question now occurs on the amendment. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 621. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by vote of 84 yeas, 34 nays. The bill passes. Next item, drug policy request. They indicate they're working on that bill. They request that it retain its place on the calendar. Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. It brings us to item 7, accountability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 7 and call up House Bill 32.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered in gross red the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Okay, House Bill 32 gives another option on removing an appointment to agencies and departments and boards that are appointed by the governor or any other officer of the state. Right now, we have in the Constitution where we can remove them for any kind of criminal offense that they're found guilty of. But now we want to change that a little bit and give a little bit more leeway on what we need to do. If we find them to be negligent in their duties, we will have an opportunity for the House, the Senate, the governor, the state auditor, any of those four can file a bill of negligence against that person. And the reasons are failure of the officer to respond to a subpoena issued by a court or an executive agency or body, failure to comply with a court order repayment of funds that have been misspent, or failure to comply with an agreement with the state auditor or an attorney general to repay those funds, and failure to attend more than 3 consecutive board meetings or commission meetings. Those just show that a person is not interested in what they're doing. It also states in here that the 3 consecutive meetings, none of them can be telephonic. They've got to be there in person. So what this does is it gives everybody an opportunity to see what's going on. We can hear from our constituents, the Senate can hear from their constituents, the governor who may have appointed the person can hear what's going on from that person, from the commission or the board that he's on, and the state auditor may be auditing and see that this is going on inside a board or committee. So we offer this opportunity in House Bill 32. Any questions?
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, if you yield for me, please.
Yes, sir.
Looking at your bill, I'm looking at, and I know these are COVID times that we live in now.
Right.
On line 53, it says failure to attend more than the 3 meetings that you mentioned and so forth. And does say participate telephonically. I assume that would mean by Zoom or any other email or internet or whatever.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if a person is actually ill with cancer, COVID, or whatever it be, would they be excused from that, or they would still have to be removed because they had some type of physical illness? I don't see the exception in here. Did I miss it?
It doesn't say they have to be removed. It says that if we find out they're negligent in doing their work, then somebody can bring that bill against them.
Okay.
It doesn't say it has to be done. So I'm sure, there'd be very few people who'd be hard-hearted enough to know somebody's suffering and then take them off the board because of that.
Well, I just know in many organizations that I'm a member of, sometimes they give you excused absence, and that could be for illness or death of a family member or something. I mean, maybe 2 meetings I may have missed because of neglect or whatever, and then next thing I know, I'm ill with COVID, or I have a family member that died or whatever, and I just don't see any exceptions in here, and I'm just concerned about that.
Well, like I say, it's not a command that they have to be done that way. Somebody has to find out that there's negligence going on, and then
but then if they don't, this person has to be subject to all the ramifications in this particular legislation, correct?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
You got me in.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds.
Put your mic on.
One question to you. You've got that they can remove somebody failure to attend more than 3 consecutive meetings of any board, commission, or authority to which the officer has been appointed. For purposes of this subsection, an officer will not be considered present if the officer participated telephonically in a meeting. Why would you not, in this COVID time or something like that, why would you not say the opposite of that he would be considered present? Because we do that. We have, I know we have laws that allow board meetings to, we can do those telephonically right now, governmental board meetings. Why wouldn't we allow that?
Like I say, we don't say they have to be removed. If they are doing something in the committee and there's a time like we're going through right now, then they would have an excuse and they would be considered doing their job as best they could. But if there's a time when we go back to normal or we are able to go to meetings and all that and they don't show up, that's kind of a sign that they're not really interested in what they're doing.
Well, I see.
It doesn't say that they have to be removed.
Well, it says that for purposes of this subparagraph, an official who is not, will not be considered present if the officer participated telephonically in a meeting. I just wondered, maybe I thought that might be an error that you would be saying that they would be, but I just wanted to make sure on that. I've never really seen anything like that.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
Can't school boards already do this? Isn't it already, if you don't show up to a certain number of meetings, they automatically put you off those school boards now?
I think that's right, but we have so many boards and commissions across the state that aren't functioning now because their people don't show up and they don't have a quorum.
But, so, gentlemen, ask me if this is true. If I'm a mayor and I appoint you to the Park Commission Board and your term is 2-3 years and you don't show up to 3 or 4 meetings, I don't have to reappoint you. Is that correct?
That's right.
So it fixes itself, right? It fixes this issue fixes itself.
If they're not coming to the meetings and you've made an appointment for 4 years, you're stuck with them for 4 years on the state level.
So let me ask you this question here.
Okay.
What if there's a scenario that there's a board that I got this issue with, and I rally people around to file a petition against you for malfeasance, which there really is no malfeasance, and they get enough people to sign, that person can be removed from the board. Is that correct?
No.
If the word says negligence.
Well, people can't do that in this. They have to bring it to you. You have to convince the House, and we can get information from other people. The House, the Senate, the governor, and the state auditor are the only people who could do this.
I mean, it seems to be like this is overreaching the authority of people who appoint people based upon their qualification, their skill set, and stuff happens. I think the gentleman asked about people being ill, being sick. So why would we do this?
One of the things also that I guess I forgot to mention was the fact that the Attorney General with our bill will be appointed to do an investigation of whatever's going on.
So who's going to pay for that?
There will be a chance to find out. We'll have an investigation on it, on what's going on.
So, gentlemen, who asked for this bill? Because this seems like some personal stuff. Mr. Speaker, are we doing personal issues in the legislation now?
It's not a personal issue as far as I know. It's trying to get the boards and commissions across this state functioning. That's what it's for.
But doesn't the bylaws in the various organizations and the rules that govern those organizations speak to stuff like this already?
Well, it may be in private organizations, but not in the state.
So
this is not.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
If it's 7 members on a board and a quorum is 4,
right,
and the board meets with 4 people, can they do business? Yes or no?
That's a quorum, isn't it?
Okay. So if 1 or 2 people miss, what is the problem?
Well,
because is the business being handled?
Right, it's being handled, that's right. But also, if you got, say you got a board of 9 people, and 3 of them have rolled off, and they're not being reappointed yet, and then you have 2 more people who say, we don't have to come up there, we're not going to do it. It's holding up, and that's what I hear, that's what I understand, I've heard it across the state, that this is happening, and the boards aren't functioning like.
Can you name us some of the boards that's doing this malfeasance?
Not off the top of my head, I can get it to you.
Gentlemen, but why would you bring somebody without having that kind of information for us to make a decision? You're asking us to make an informed decision off information we don't know. Shouldn't we know what boards are not functioning?
Well, I've heard of a lot of boards that are not functioning because they don't have enough members on it right now.
And so since you heard of them, name me 1 or 2.
Well, we had a bill on one about the rights of women. That was one of them.
The rights of who? Well, Mr. Speaker.
The Commission on the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Can I be recognized for a motion, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move that we lay this on the table. Subject to call. Subject to call.
Motion's to lay the bill on the table, subject to call. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, ayes have it. Bill's laid on table, subject to call.
Okay.
Next item.
I'd like to bring up, Mr. Speaker, we'd like to call up House Bill number 502. I'm
sorry, I didn't hear you, Chairman. Which one? 502?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered engrossed, read the 3rd time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Would you recognize the gentleman from Lamar to explain the bill?
Gentleman from Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to bring up House Bill 502. This bill increases the amount of the surety bond required for a purchasing agent of any school board to be increased from $50,000 to $100,000. And so that is the explanation of the bill. I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
I move final
Open the
passage.
machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 502. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 119 yeas and 1 nay, bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, we'd like to call up item number 9, House Bill 599.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This bill revises the Mississippi Accountability and Transparency Act of 2008, and it makes the following changes. It amends Section 27104-153 to the definition of an agency to include counties and municipalities. It amends 27104.
Gentlemen, people having a hard time hearing you. Speak into that microphone, not to the side of it. There you go. Thank you.
Okay. It amends Section 27104-155 to provide that July 1st, 2023, each county population of 20,000 or greater and each municipality with a population of 10,000 or greater shall create and maintain an authority, accountability, and transparency website for the county or municipality, or set up a separate section for the county or municipality to have a website for this information itself, and amend Section 27104-163. This bill also requires municipalities and counties and state agencies to list any expenditure of public funds used to settle payments for sexual harassment. And the effective date would be 2022. What this is doing, this information is already gathered by people. We're asking them to put it on their website. Counties that have 20,000 in population and cities with 10,000 population and over are required to have the website already. But I do have an amendment, Mr. Speaker, at the time, proper time.
You recognize for your amendment.
Amendment 1, we'd like to add and entities after bureau and before shall on line 237 and amend, that's the First Amendment. We're adding entities in there too.
To conclude your explanation.
That's
questions on the amendment. The lady from Jones has a question on the amendment.
Yeah, we're trying to put your amendment together. Can you explain it again?
On line 237, add and entities after bureau and before shall. It's a list of things that are there already, and we just add entities to it.
All right, so gentlemen, you're asking, including but not limited to bureaus and entities.
Right.
Of a county or a city to maintain this website.
That's right.
Can I just ask you one question? I mean, the beginning of the bill is really good. But for these small, very small municipalities and towns, these little hamlets, some of them, Shubuta doesn't even have a policeman. So how are they going to afford to keep all
It's
this?
10,000 and more, but we're fixing to up that on Amendment 2.
So it's 10,000 or more. Okay, thank you. And you're going to make it higher?
Yes.
Well, that'll be good.
Have another amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Any further questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Yes, sir, we have one more amendment.
All right, you recognize for your second amendment.
Amendment number 2 on lines 233 and 234, we raise the county population to 40,000. And on line 258, we raise the city population to 20,000.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Gentlemen, the allowing public access information identified in sections 27, 104, 151 to 159 without any charge for that public access, and the people are required to, DFA is required to put an easy to understand interface on the website, right?
On the side, on the ones we request.
On lines 70 to 71, it says, this bill is requiring that the Department of Finance and Administration would be required for all state funds that, now, my question to you is that funds that run through the state, or is that just actually like the $6 billion in state funds that we will appropriate this year?
It's the appropriations and what they spend the money on.
Is that only state funds? So this is not federal dollars?
Only state funds, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so my question to you is, knowing that Mississippi gets 3 times more federal dollars to operate our budget than we do state funds, why would we not include all funds so that DFA, if we want accountability and transparency, why would we not include all funds that are coming to the state that's appropriated through with these agencies, and then DFA would be the repository for getting that information out? Can you do me an amendment for all funds?
It's just not done in this bill, but we can talk about it in the future.
I can't hear you, gentlemen.
I said it's not done in this bill, but we can talk about doing that in the future if you'd like.
Okay, that's, I think if we want accountability, then because we have at the state of Mississippi, we have so much blended funding. 3/4 of our budget comes from the United States federal government. Under this bill, as you have it before us now, it does not allow for that. So I wanted to offer an amendment to allow for all funds so that we could have accountability of every dollar that's coming into this state. The agencies would then create their reports. DFA would then be the repository, and then the citizens would then be able to go to one place, which would be the Department of Finance and Administration, and then they would be able to see what agriculture is spending, what Medicaid is spending, what education is spending, and particularly these big budgets that get all of that federal monies that comes in. Would you not be amenable to us just changing it from state funds to all funds?
Is this going to overburden these towns and counties?
This is state funds and all funds that we're talking about. And then you've changed it to counties and cities that have the capacity to do that. Right now, they're going to have to do it with their ARPA dollars. So they already have the capacity, because I was concerned about that. But I'm mainly concerned, gentlemen, and I think you would be too, that the state of Mississippi, if nobody else, we should lead the way in accountability and transparency. So we don't want to put something on, somebody else that we're not going to require of ourselves. And since 3/4 of our budget comes from federal dollars, I think that we ought to have an amendment to say all funds. And I'm just talking about DFA. That's where it's going to go, in that area, not in the part where you have the cities and counties.
Do you have an amendment?
Yes, I do. Don't I? Right here. Whenever the speaker would,
Lady from Forest, Ms. McGee.
I have a question. Will the gentleman yield?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. So do you have it, I'm all for transparency, of course, but this is a very technical reporting requirement, especially for our larger cities, and it actually says, report expenditure information in functional expenditure categories. So my question to you gentlemen is, do you know how much it would cost to set for a city or a county to set that up? Do you have any cost?
No, we don't, but this information is in their hands already on a lot of this. It's not going to be something they're going to be looking up and calculating.
But I think the reporting is, excuse me, gentlemen, go ahead.
It's going to be reported in just a way that people can understand it. And I think that's already in their hands.
Well, but I think the requirement of the bill sets forth something much more detailed than just simple reporting. So my question is, do we know how much it will cost our larger cities, because you just amended it to pertain to larger cities and counties. So my concern is the cost to our cities and our counties. Have you talked to a web developer to determine how this will be set up, and additionally, how much that would cost? And putting that burden on our cities and our counties to maintain this?
They have their websites already set up. They should be able to add this very economically, but I have not talked to a web manager.
I just think that the requirements of this, gentlemen, are much more technical than what I think most cities. So my question just would be, I'd be curious to know what the cost would be that we are asking our counties and our cities to incur. And my question is, you don't know that, is that right?
I don't know that. I'll ask for it and see if I can get it to you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, madam. Oh, okay, I didn't realize you had an amendment, lady. You recognized for your amendment.
I'll just explain it, Mr. Speaker. It's very simple. If the members would go to Section 2 of the bill, it's line 69, and what the amendment does, it just says that the Department of Finance and Administration will develop and operate a searchable website, and this is only for state agencies. This doesn't have anything to do with the counties and the cities. And that the information would include the expenditures of all funds from all funding sources. That's all it does. And I would ask you to adopt it. That way we'll have a complete picture of what it is that's being spent.
Recognize Chairman to respond.
We think the bill already says this. We're just not sure. I guess this clarifies it, so I'm not against the amendment.
Recognize the lady to close. Okay, question now occurs on Amendment 3. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? All right, open the machine, Madam Clerk. What? I'm sorry, did I miss something? I don't have anything on my board. I can't understand. We've already voted on the amendment. I just did vote on the amendment. I said, we just voted on the amendment. The ayes had it. Gentleman from Montgomery, what purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify, I just did not hear the no vote call for. It may have been, I apologize.
We called for the no vote.
Thank you.
We called for the no vote. We did. Madam Clerk, the clerk, it may have been drowned out by the ayes, but I called for the no vote, and there was not a vote. Let me check with the clerk to make sure. Okay, both the clerk and Madam Clerk confirmed. I asked for no votes. I cannot explain why the no votes weren't registered. But your solution here is to hold this bill on a motion and try to work with the chairman to find a solution. I'm sorry. I would encourage everyone to pay closer attention. We're moving fast. There's a lot of chatter, a lot of noise, but I called for the no votes, and there were actually some people who yelled no. So there were people who heard it. I'm sorry. All right, my suggestion is to hold it on a motion and get with the chairman to see if you address your concerns. Jump from Harrison, Mr. Felcher, what purpose you seek recognition?
I have a question.
Yes, sir. Of who, me or him?
Representative Boyd.
Yes, sir. You here for a question, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. I do.
Did you or anyone else consult with MML or MAS on this?
Well, we got the new figures from them about the size of the towns and the counties. We worked with them on that.
Are they on board with it?
As far as I know.
How far is that?
Randy Rushing, Representative Rushing, excuse me, what's the county? Municipalities chairman told me that this is what they agreed to.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 599. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 100 yeas and 18 nays, the bill passes. Accountability yields the floor. Which brings us to item 10, County Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to skip over item 10, have it retain its place on the calendar, please. Move to item number 11.
Any objection? Hearing none, we'll do that. We'll go to item 11. You recognize, gentlemen.
Okay. Item number 11 relates to fire protection districts where we have a county that has a fire protection district within the county, and they're receiving a millage from the county to operate the fire protection district. And in addition, they may be sending a bill out for their services. So this will prevent that from happening. And that's the bill, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment too.
You recognize for your amendment.
The amendment to House Bill 1098 will exempt a fire protection district where paid fire protection services provided by the fire department and where there are no volunteer firefighters in such district.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
Back on the bill, Mr. Speaker. If there are no questions, I move final passage.
Questions on the bill? Jump from Covington, Mr. Stanford.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I may have misunderstood you or not understood correctly, but so what fees exactly are some of them making charges for now?
Well, there's an intent in one county for that fire protection district to start sending out notices for a fee, which they can do now under the law. So this just, I'm not going to call names.
Well, let me ask, would this be if you are in an auto accident, then they respond to it, or is this if you
Now, this, the fire protection is a responsibility of the Board of Supervisors in the county, and you may have graded districts and you may have separate fire protection districts. A fire protection district is a board that's been appointed by the Board of Supervisors. Those members cannot be removed. That district cannot be dissolved except by a unanimous vote of the board governing it, and then it goes back to the county. But where you have millage levied for fire protection, and it goes to this fire protection district, then it is unfair for them to send out additional bill to raise money off the folks when the supervisors have levied a millage to pay for that service.
Well, I understand that. What I'm asking is which service would they be charging for? Would it be for fighting a house fire? Because that would make sense in that regard. But if you're talking about, responding to a car accident for people who may not live in that area.
Well, I suppose it would include any services they provide.
Okay, so
as such as they do now through the county levy.
So just to make sure I'm understanding right, so somebody from Tennessee is traveling through Covington County, they're in an accident, my fire department, we have one of these, they respond to it, they're not able to bill for their services.
This doesn't address that. What this addresses is that individuals residing within the fire protection district, those individuals that they serve, pay a county tax and a millage that is for fire protection. So this fire protection district cannot go around door to door and handing them a bill for $20 a month for fire protection when it's being paid for by the Board of Supervisors. So we have a situation where a fire protection district is going to send out bills to the people that they serve when the county Board of Supervisors has already levied 4 mills to pay for that service.
So you're not talking about sending a bill after they perform a service for somebody?
This is paying twice for the same service.
Okay, I think I'm following you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Any other question?
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes.
Okay, let me get good and clear on this.
Okay.
We got insurance rebate money and we got millage.
Mm-hmm.
The millage comes from the Board of Supervisors. That's that 2 or 3% you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if the volunteer fire department goes to a house fire and they have insurance with a certain company that pays for them responding to that house fire anywhere from up to $200 to $500, is this then they're not going to be able to accept that money?
No, it's got nothing to do with it.
But this is just cutting out door-to-door services, knocking on doors where they do have millage money involved.
And look, they can still sell photo albums, cake sales, or whatever, but they can't send you a bill for a service that the Board of Supervisors has levied millage for and that you're paying taxes for already.
And our insurance rebate money comes back through the insurance company's response through the year of what's paid into that particular county.
This doesn't affect the insurance rebate.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Kemper, Mr. Evans.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
So gentlemen, in Kemper County, we got this big power plant, and 2 years ago, we had a big fire there, and we called for resources out of 4 different counties to come help us control it, and it actually was a big burden on the county to cover all the expenses. All right, so the power plant pays taxes. Can the county then bill the power plant under this law, or is the power plant responsible for paying back the county what they cost, what they spend, or this prohibit that?
I don't think this bill addresses that issue. This bill prohibits a fire protection district from sending a bill to the residents of that district for fire protection when the Board of Supervisors is funding them through a levy. They may opt out of the levy and fundraise and do whatever they want to support themselves without burdening the taxpayers twice.
Well, I understand that part, but say this company is in this fire protection district, they pay taxes, so can we bill the company, or is the company going to say we don't have to pay y'all for y'all's expenses? The same way with the gentleman from Covington, Collins Fire Department responds to them oil field fires in Covington County and all over. Well, them oil companies going to be able to reimburse the county? Are they gonna say, we already done paid your taxes, so be it?
They can reimburse the county for those situations, yes.
Okay, all right, thanks, sir.
Okay.
I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows what the fuck he's talking about. I don't think he does.
You understand that there are graded districts, there are fire protection districts. Graded districts are funded solely by the millage levied by the Board of Supervisors. Fire protection districts, under the law now, can have fundraisers and still have fundraisers, and under the law now, they can send you a bill. They can attach a bill to the water bill if the water utility agrees to it, and charge you an additional fee every month for a service that's being provided by a millage that's levied by the Board of Supervisors. So this presents double taxation for the same service.
Okay. I got one more question then.
Okay.
All right, so East Mississippi Electric Power Association.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
Sir?
Say again.
All right, East Mississippi Electric Power Association collects $2 for every meter for the residents in their district for the 5 counties they serve.
Voluntary on their part?
Voluntarily. Well, they can opt out if they don't want it.
They can still receive voluntary donations if they wish.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1098. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
While we have the floor, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to page 14, item 107, House Bill 527.
Gentleman requests unanimous consent to advance on the calendar. Any objection to that? Hearing none. What did you say, gentlemen? Page 14, item what?
Item number 527. I'd like to call it up and make the usual motion.
Item 107. Item 107, House Bill 527. Gentleman calls the bill up. Moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. You got a committee substitute. You wish to adopt it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill addresses the issue of 410 individuals who represent our counties, the county supervisors. This will just make a pay adjustment for them. This bill will stand good through 2028. Maybe we won't have the issue before us every year. Initially, the bill allows for an immediate bump in pay after passage for the 8 designations of supervisor pay. So supervisor pay is based on the total assessed valuation of your county. If your county is 30 million or less, you're item A, and that supervisor now makes $29,870. If we pass this bill, they would get a bump up to $33,500.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Madam Clerk informs me that the committee sub has not been delivered to her yet. I guess it's so far down the calendar that you got it? Okay.
So what we did with the committee substitute is that the original language had an additional bump in 2024 that they may vote themselves, and then another bump in 2028 that the board may approve. And the language of the bill said $2,000 and $4,000. Well, it's not a $4,000 bump in 2028. It's only a $2,000 bump. So we cleared that up in the committee substitute. So what we have before us is a bill that will allow the supervisors, upon passage by them, an act to amend the code to increase the annual salaries of members of boards of supervisors to provide that from and after January 1, 2024 and from and after January 1, 2028, members of the Board of Supervisors may receive certain additional increases if the members of the Board of Supervisors approve such increase, and to prohibit state revenue from being used to fund salary increases for members of the Boards of Supervisors and for related issues. So the initial bump depends on which one of these 8 brackets, A through 8, that your county is in. The top bracket is for a county that is assessed at over $2 billion, and I think there are only 3 of those.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Okay.
Madam Clerk indicates she still does not have the committee sub from the attorneys. So we're trying to chase that down. My recommendation would be that we lay this on table subject to call, and then when we get it all in order, we will come back to it.
Yes, sir. Let's do that.
All right, motion is to lay it on table subject to call. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. We're going to lay that bill on the table. We'll come back to it.
Item 108, please.
I'm sorry?
719.
I'm sorry, gentlemen.
I'd like to go to item 108, House Bill 719. Call it up, make the usual motion.
The gentleman requests to advance on the calendar to item 108. Is there any objection to doing that? Hearing none. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross red, third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill mirrors a 2019 bill that was passed through this body. This bill has code sections for the other county officials. There's no change in it. I just ask that we move it through the process.
Questions? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
All right, gentlemen, this would be to allow them to be able to give raises if they elected to.
Yeah, it doesn't give anybody anything right now. It's just current statute. We're moving it forward for the county officials. It includes pretty much everyone except for the sheriff and the supervisor.
Okay, but that authority is in here, right?
Ma'am?
That authority is in this bill, correct?
Yes, the authority is in this bill.
Okay, so let me just ask you this, gentlemen. Now, we're up here trying to work through this appropriations process to send back to the counties as much money as we can to try to help with water, with sewer, with all of these things that they say that they need. My question to you is this: if a county has shown where they had a revenue shortage in their ARPA funds, does it make sense to me that they would then give people raises if they've had a revenue shortage? Make that make sense for me.
I can't.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay. Just a process, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a final passage.
Any further question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 719. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 112 yeas, 7 nays. Bill passes.
All right, we'd like to go to page 20, item number 192.
Gentleman requests unanimous consent to advance on the calendar. Any objection?
House
Hearing
Bill.
none, we will do that. House Bill 1017.
Correct. Mr. Speaker, please recognize our Vice Chair, the gentleman from Oktibbeha, to handle the bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross red the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Oktibbeha is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we have before us House Bill 1017. Is a very straightforward bill. The intent of this bill is to help some of our smaller counties that are cash strapped. And what this bill does, it authorizes that 2 or more counties to appoint 1 person to serve as clerk of the justice court system. It also includes and makes available the inclusion of a deputy clerk as well. Generally, what happens in this bill, the counties agree on a set amount to pay for this individual. And for all intents and purposes, this is a good bill that will help our smaller counties. That's the explanation of the bill.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1017. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 117 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. You got anything else?
I'd like to move to item 193 on page 21, item 193.
Gentleman requests permission to advance on the calendar. Any objection? I don't hear any. What item, gentlemen?
Item number 193, House Bill 1185.
Well, that's the transportation bill. Are you authorized to take it up?
It belongs county affairs, transportation lead, so I'd love to get it out of the way. I'm sorry.
I'm not understanding. What?
So I am not the lead. I thought I was, so. If the chairman of transportation would permit, we would get it done. But I don't see him.
Gentlemen, I'm informed we now have the committee sub on that other bill that we laid on the table, if you'd like to go back to it.
Yes, sir.
All right, motion is to take the bill off the table. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
Okay, so
what item was that, gentlemen? Remind me.
It's item 107 on page 100, on page 14, item 107, House Bill 527.
All right, House Bill 527. Okay, bill is back before the House. You're recognized, gentlemen. Okay. Any further explanation? You about concluded, hadn't you?
I think it's explained pretty well, Mr. Speaker. Just ask for a final passage if there are no questions.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding you, gentlemen. Had you concluded your explanation?
Yes, sir.
All right. Questions? Lady from Jones and Ms. Scott.
Again.
All right, gentlemen. Again, if a county has used their ARPA funds to say that they had a revenue loss, and had they not had those funds, then the county would have been in a financial disadvantage. My question to you is, does this bill allow for those counties to be able to escalate their supervisors' salaries in those counties?
By majority vote of the Board of Supervisors, they may increase their pay according to this, and they may increase it a bump after passage relative to their total assessed valuation. There are 8 brackets from 30 million or less to 2 billion plus. And so the majority vote of the board would allow this to happen. And then again in 2024, they could vote themselves a $2,000 raise. And again in 2028, they could vote themselves another $2,000 raise. And those funds must come from county revenue, it cannot be state dollars.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 527. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 105 yeas and 7 nays, bill passes. Next item. We'll go back to page 7 as we continue down the calendar. Corrections. I'm informed the chairman of corrections is not here, but he has requested this item retain its place on the calendar. Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. That takes us to item 13, Judiciary Aid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 13, House Bill number 590, call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Ladies recognized.
Mr. Speaker, will you please recognize the gentleman from Lafayette to present the bill?
Gentleman from Lafayette recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair.
This is a bill that we passed last year. It has to do with charitable organizations, and what it does is it adjusts the definition of religious exclusions, removing the words "previous donor" from the language. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds. He's not even there.
Had no question of another matter after this is over.
I'm sorry, sir, what?
Just had a question on a vote after this matter.
Okay. Jim from Lamar, do you have anything? Excuse me, Jim from Tate, Mr. Lamar? All right, I don't see anything further. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 590. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Jump from Tate, Mr. Lamar. What purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a request to change my vote. I was actually voted on the last supervisor pay raise bill. I need to be shown as not voting on that, please.
Okay, change, any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Same request? Okay. Gentleman from Tallahatchie and the gentleman from Tate need to be recorded as not voting on that previous bill. $527. Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter, what purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My desk-mate at the very end on House Bill 590, that last bill we voted on, I didn't get to his desk in time, so could he be voted a yay?
Which one was it?
Charitable, House Bill 590.
Kincaid?
Yes.
Okay. Right, next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 14, House Bill number 611. Call it up and make the usual motion.
The lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The ladies recognized.
Mr. Speaker, will you please recognize the gentleman from Lafayette to present the bill?
The gentleman from Lafayette is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair. This bill, too, comes to us from the Secretary of State's office. Last year, we passed a bill that asked that all registered agents supply email address. This year, we are allowing the Secretary of State to give notification of dissolution of an LLC and notice that a business has been dissolved via email. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 611. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Brings us down to agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 13, House Bill 260. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Bolivar to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Bolivar.
Mr. Speaker,
right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. House Bill 260, inventory livestock. This is a duplication of what's already been done. And this bill just removes and obsoletes the provision of the repealing section which require all presidents and all state-supported IHLs that own livestock to fill a quarterly inventory report of livestock. So that's the explanation of the bill.
Questions? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell. He don't yield. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes.
Can you tell me what line 696 says on this bill?
There's no such line.
Can you tell me what line 14 says?
Gentlemen, I don't see that line.
How many livestock do you own?
I'm sorry?
How many livestock do you own? This is your bill and you're making legislation to benefit yourself?
Well, no, to be honest with you, gentlemen, this is something that was done in the past. This is just a duplication of what's already been done.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you.
Yes.
Right down on the line down here where it says excluding goats, does that have anything to do with livestock?
Well, you know, if you want to be politically correct, sometimes you got to go to the source. So,
You're not going to go to commercial milking these goats, are you?
No.
Okay, if you say so.
Thank you.
I'll take your word for it. Congratulations.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman here.
Yes.
Can you define livestock for me?
Well, you know, according to what's in this report, you know, livestock was something that was actually given at the time for those IHL's constituents to make sure that they could continue to do the things that they need for their institutions. Cows.
So that's a livestock?
Well, that's
give me an example of livestock.
Well, it all depends what you you know, some of them have definition for livestock. So your definition, my definition may be totally different.
Gentleman from Scott, Mr. Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes, I do.
I was reading it was saying something about the livestock with higher learning. Could you tell me where they keep the livestock in Oxford at?
You know, gentlemen, to be honest with you, in Oxford, I really don't. You know, I passed through Oxford on numerous occasions, and I've seen them in numerous places. So,
You've even seen them in Oxford, huh?
No.
Jim from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner. Passes. Jim from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sanders, gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes, I do.
Gentlemen, we've known each other a long time, haven't we?
A long time.
I served in the Senate. You were sergeant at arms.
Yes.
In this bill, I'm really concerned. I grew up on a cattle farm. You know, there's a big distinction we make between a steer and a bull. Do you know there's difference in that?
Absolutely.
And if we took a steer and a bull and we put them, you know, we say, which one are you? If you a man, you a steer or a bull, which one would you be? Don't answer that. I'll answer it for you. Don't answer it. I'm glad to have you. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you.
Well done, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I definitely hope this one goes to Hollywood.
Well done, gentlemen. All right, question recurs on House Bill 260. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 16, House Bill 261. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls bill up. Moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Lamar to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Lamar is recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to bring up House Bill 261 that basically deletes a statute relating to the sale of foundation herds. Apparently, before, there's no longer foundation herd sales in the state of Mississippi, and so this is the rest of the bill allowing the MSU, other extensions that have cattle that want to take them to sale, not to have to go through the IHL board to get approval. And everybody here that deals in livestock knows that it's time sensitive sometimes. When cattle is high, you want to be able to sell at that time, and this eliminates them from having to go get that permission to sell those animals and get the highest price possible. So that's the explanation, Bill. I'll take any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk.
Final pass.
Question occurs on House Bill 261. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 17, House Bill 262. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, sir. This is 4-H Club demonstration camps in Madison and Panola County. Mississippi State says they've never had these camps. They have never owned land or rented land in those counties. So this is just deleting language from 1942. That's the explanation of the bill.
Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 262. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Excuse me. Next item, agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 18, House Bill 555. Call it up, call a committee sub up in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to yield from the gentleman to Lincoln to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Lincoln recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What you have here with HB 555 is the Mississippi Healthy Food and Families Program. And what this does, it provides a dollar-for-dollar match to participating farmers markets, produce stands, and small retailers when a SNAP benefit user buys fresh fruits and vegetables. So when the SNAP user spends the money on fruits and vegetables, they receive a token or a coupon for double the amount of the fruits and vegetables, up to $20 per transaction. And this money goes directly to the farmer's market or other participating location. And this gives more money for the farmer and small business owner and more fruits and vegetables for the SNAP users, which makes everybody healthy in the long run. Now the SNAP, this doesn't control anything what they can buy. This strictly incentivizes the users to choose fresh, healthy items. There's no money in this bill. The Department of Agriculture is working on appropriations for it, and it will be a grant program through the Department of Ag. It is a separate incentive program not connected to the actual SNAP program that is housed at DHS. That's my explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? Jim from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With Jim O'Neill?
Yes, sir.
I like the idea of getting people to eat better, but can you expound upon the dollar-for-dollar match, what that is? I didn't quite understand.
When they get the money approval from the ag, it's a grant program. So when we get some money in it, they will be able to pull down the money from Washington. So every dollar that is spent, dollars would come down.
So it's not like, it's just to facilitate them being able to use SNAP and the farmers getting paid, right? It's
Correct.
Not like for every dollar's worth of green beans they buy, the farmer gets $2?
Correct.
Correct as in, it's just to facilitate the original dollar's purchase?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to do.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Yes, sir. This is a long time coming, but let me ask you this. For those people who have the trucks with the vegetables on the side of the road, now, what is the application process for them? Because you explained for farmers that, you know, I'm assuming grocery stores, and that's how they would access.
And it will be probably your smaller grocery stores that would be involved with this. As far as the produce trucks, they would have to apply, I guess, to the Department of Ag to be able to get set up in this program. And they're looking for folks all the time.
Okay. All right. This, I think, is really good and a long time coming. But for smaller communities where people buy off the trucks, you know, a lot of us buy our produce off the trucks. I hope that if you're working with the Department of Agriculture over there, that it will not be a cumbersome application process so that people with the trucks will be able to participate.
I will speak on that behalf. Yes, ma'am. Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 555. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas and 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 19, House Bill 1065. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, sir. This is just bringing certain code sections forward. We were trying to work with the Board of Animal Health to be able to come up possible amendment to protect our domestic livestock better than they are today. That's the explanation.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1065. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 20, House Bill 1159. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to yield to this gentleman from Copiah to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Copiah is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. House Bill 1159 is a bill we passed last year overwhelmingly here in the House. And it amends Section 32945 to give school boards the authority to enter into supply agreements for the term not to exceed 10 years for the sale of forest products consisting of wood waste, wood fiber, pulpwood, or biomass located on 16 section lands. And based on the recommendation of the Mississippi Forestry Commission and the approval of the Secretary of State's office. And the supply agreement may be entered into by public or private contract. The public contract would be after publication of notice, and the private contract would be after the Forestry Commission provides the affected school board with a written appraisal of the value of the forest products to be harvested under the supply agreement and the minimum value of which the forest products can be sold. It also amends Section 29381 to require all leases on 16 section lands classified as agricultural to contain provisions for best form management practices as established by the Secretary of State's office in consultation with federal agricultural agencies and the Mississippi State University Extension Service. It also, additionally, the amendment to this section removes the language requiring a rent increase for the existing leaseholder if they decide to exercise the option to extend the lease for an additional term. That's the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker. I'd be happy to entertain any questions. If not, I move final passage.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1159. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 21, House Bill 1389. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, sir. This is the Grain Indemnity Act. This past year, we had a major elevator went bankrupt. We had a lot of farmers that's in limbo on crops that they had consigned that they have not been paid for. The Commissioner of Agriculture formed a task force this summer, and this bill is the language that they came up with to try to protect farmers to get compensated for in the future if we have another accident like this where we have a bankruptcy. The commission was formed with Mississippi Farm Bureau, Delta Council, and some individual farmers, and they worked all summer to come up with this language. This is a volunteer program. A producer will not be mandated to participate, but if they choose to, the assessment will be 0.2% of the value of the crop. That's based on the explanation of the bill, sir.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1389. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas and 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Military Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 677 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you will remember last year, Military Affairs Committee, we passed a bill that created a position in our counties called a Veteran Service Officer. That person is responsible. They're paid by the Board of Supervisors. They have office space there, usually in their courthouses. And what that person does, it just facilitates the needs of our veterans. A veteran can go and talk to this person and file the proper paperwork, get things done that would help them facilitate their paperwork properly to Jackson. Mr. Pickering's office could handle it from there. Well, we ran into a little snag there with these folks. Some of our smaller counties can't afford to pay these people 40 hours a week. So what would happen is they came back to Mr. Pickering, and Mr. Pickering asked for this bill. They can work up to 20 hours. They agreed for 20 hours, and that person would still be in that office for 20 hours. And then if a veteran needed anything past that 20 hours, can always reach out to Mr. Pickering's office. But those smaller counties that couldn't afford 40, this person's still going to be there 20 hours a week, still be getting paid, and the same effect that would happen as a 40-hour person. Also, they receive accreditation through Mr. Pickering's office, and there is going to be they will still be accredited, they will still be certified through all the government, through the Pentagon on all the Veterans Affairs things. Nothing's changed except allowing those smaller counties to do a 20-hour-a-week person versus a 40-hour-a-week person that they can't afford. With that, I'll take questions, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 677. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 122 to nothing, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1177, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed.
Thank you, Mr.
Hold on. Read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call on the gentleman from Rankin to handle the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House Bill 1177 is curing something that they have been doing. The Adjutant General has been transferring property, but the issue's been raised that they may not have that authority. This gives them authority. They already have he definitely has the authority to receive property on behalf of the military department, but this gives him the authority to transfer property on the authority. That's an explanation.
Questions, gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, this is sort of a new one on me. In lines 13 through 16 says, well, actually 12 through 16, make on behalf of the state conveyances of real property that are in the best interest of the military department. Understand that? It says such real property may be conveyed for any consideration. That means for any price?
Yeah, I mean, think of it like this. There's a lot of armories that are in a state that maybe the city originally gave the military department the property to put it on. They're closing the armory, and this would allow them to transfer it back to the city or the county, whichever the case may be.
Does it specifically require that the conveyance be back to another government agency rather than a private entity?
No, it does not.
So if the Adjutant General wanted to sell it to me for $1, he could?
The way it's written, yes, sir.
And under such other terms and conditions?
There's still a lot of checks and balances that it goes through. There's still a lot of checks and balances that it goes through. So that, I mean, he can't just transfer it. It's still got some other approvals that has got to occur.
Well, I sort of presumed that, but then when I read this bill is 2 pages long, and it pretty much says he can transfer it to anybody he wants to for whatever price he wants to and under whatever other conditions and circumstances. Are you telling me there are other statutes that join in with this that put other conditions on it?
There's other statutes where they convey land that would be applicable in that.
Well, if there are other statutes that aren't brought forward with this one, then this one is subject to objection, isn't it? What's my word? Subject to what? Sir? Yeah, which is not kosher. Right. Thank you. Thank you.
The other statutes don't control this. You're not amending the other statutes, but there are other controls in place from what the lawyer's saying that
okay, well, if this one says different than other ones, then well, you're amending the others by reference if indeed you're going to make this one valid. And well, that's my understanding anyway. I just see a big opportunity for abuse. We give the property away for whatever price we want and what other conditions we want. And I don't distrust the Adjutant General. I don't even know who he is or she, but
Mainly, they asked for this for the armories, is what they asked for.
the reason they're asking for this is for the armories. But I mean, from what they're telling me, DFA has a lot other issues they have to approve before this can occur. So,
would you be amenable to an amendment that says this is limited to armories?
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. I had some same concerns you did when the National Guard come to me and asked me to author this bill. You know, we were all concerned, what about the next 5 adjutant generals down the road? We trust General Boyles, all of us knows him, he's a good guy. But what I'm understanding from council is This bill still has all the checks and balances DFA, so some adjutant general down the road just couldn't go and convey a piece of land to somebody without several checks and balances.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1177. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 105 yeas, 11 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1180, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1180 is a pretty simple bill. Under current statute with the Department of Defense, when a soldier or officer reaches the age of 64, for lack of better terms, they put them out to pasture. They're actually put on a retired list. We currently have a physician that's in the National Guard that is 64, fixing to be, and this guy's got a lot of life left. He's very crucial to the Mississippi Army National Guard. All we're doing is getting in compliance with the federal government. He can still serve as long as he passes a PT test, goes through the medical, does everything he's supposed to do that they require. So all we're doing is revising code section or revising the current statute to allow someone that's over 64 to still serve as long as they pass the PT test and everything we ask them to do. That's an explanation of the bill.
Question, Jim from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Is it 64? I thought National Guard was 60 when they put you out to pasture. Is it 64 or 60?
Under the Department of Defense, it's 64. That's
64.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Jim from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Gentlemen, one question. Is this law, this bill, 1180, is this applicable to one person or to several people?
It's going to affect several people. But
several people?
Yes, it's going to affect several people in our Guard. Yes.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk.
Final
Question
passage.
recurs on House Bill 1180. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk. Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Tipper, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to withdraw my motion to reconsider on today's calendar, Ways and Means calendar, and it's number 14, House Bill 918.
What about all the rest of them back there that you named? Are they good with that or not? Gentleman, lady from Lounge, Ms. McLean.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I would like unanimous consent to change my vote on HB 512 from nay to yay, please.
Any objection? Change the lady's vote. Gentleman of Wamba, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the Mississippi Economic Development Council has their legislative reception this afternoon from 5 to 6:30 at the Westin. Everyone is invited.
Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have House Bill 599 held on the motion to reconsider.
Okay, we will do that. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent on the alcohol bill to have my vote changed from yay to nay.
Which number is that, lady?
Item number 9 on Ways and Means, item number 9 on Ways and Means calendar, House Bill 512. I think I was voted yes, but I would like to be voted no.
Any objection? Change the lady's vote. Gentleman from Tibby Hall, Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Speaker, there will be a rules meeting 5 minutes after adjournment.
All right. Gentleman from Tibby Hall, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like unanimous consent for myself and my desk mate, Representative Sanders, from changing our vote from not voting to voting yay on House Bill number 260.
Any objection? Change your vote. Okay. Excuse me, gentlemen, I'm informed that by the clerk, you need to fill out this form over here to make that request. You were not voted, is that correct? Yeah, you need to come fill out the form. Jim from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Mr. Speaker, request a vote change for me. If no objection, on item 17 on today's calendar, House Bill 768, to change the vote from nay to yea. Thank you.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I'd like to change my vote on item 2 under the general calendar, House Bill 695, from yea to nay.
Any objection? Change the lady's vote. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask for unanimous consent to change my vote on House Bill 842 from nay to yea.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. A join in memory, please.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Willie M. Jones Tucker, longtime educator here in the city of Jackson, passed away, and I'd like for the House to adjourn in her memory. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will do that. Jump from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to adjourn in memory if I can.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to adjourn in memory of Shirley Taylor. She passed away Wednesday, January 24th. In 1983, she founded a group called Campus Country at the Northeast Community College, and she has impacted several of the young people in our community that have talents in singing and music. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jim from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like unanimous consent to change my vote on item number 107 from yea to not voting.
Okay, any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to adjourn in memory of, please.
Yes, sir.
We had two of our local business persons that passed on yesterday. Mrs. Eugene Hunter, she and her husband operated a family dental practice for over 50 years, and Mrs. Linda Faye Jordan operated Bless's Floor Shop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd request unanimous consent to change my vote on House Bill 258 from yes to no, and on House Bill 260 from no to yes.
Any objection? Change gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like, with unanimous consent, to change my vote on item 18, House Bill 555, from yea to nay.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Metawamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I'd like to change my vote on item 25, the Ways and Means Calendar, Bill number 784, from yea to nay.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from Harrison, Ms. Crawford.
I'd like to request unanimous consent to change my vote on House Bill 695 under the general calendar from yes to no, please.
Any objection? Change the lady's vote. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory.
Yes, sir.
I'd like for the House to join me today in adjourning in the memory of Grady Wigginton from Guntown, Mississippi. He was a well-loved man in the community who put God, church, and family first in his life. He's had a strong allegiance for all three. He leaves a good legacy, and it will be perpetuated out in the nice family that he has. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked this afternoon at 6:30 p.m. that all that can join the Bottle Chamber of Commerce, Cleveland Bottle County Chamber of Commerce this afternoon for a dinner at the Saltine at 622 Dublin Avenue.
Thank you, sir. Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory.
Yes, sir.
Circuit Clerk in Tishomingo County that served 5 terms, Mr. Lamar Rutherford, passed away this morning. I'd like to adjourn in his memory.
Thank you, sir. Any further announcement? I don't see any. Recognize the gentleman from Octibbe Hall for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. in the morning.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.